Wow. Thank you for the questions. Apologies, we had some technical glitches that the banks are not, but everything now looks we're ready to proceed. Thank you again for sacrifice the lesson again to be here have this conversation and dialogue. And we shall try to fix we have conversation with the facilitators and we try to ensure that we work and finish early enough for people to enjoy part of the Saturday. So we're going to start. We have our session that is really going to look at debt financing and right development, but also a few discussions around the African continental free trade area and the implications it has on the realization of development in Africa. Also, hopefully, we shall have Dr. Rita with us. She's a brand late, but she's going to have some of the it has the capacity to address some of the inequalities within the trade and investment landscape in the continent. Dr. Carol is going to lead us through that discussion, and he's really also currently the chair of the African Continental Free Trade Area, I think with the work at WTO, to give us a bit of a brief on that and how we can engage and work towards that course. And then Jason is with us, will also lead us to a discussion around the financing and the right of pocket in Africa. Looking at whether the debt strategy we have is affecting the continental development agenda. So at this point, I will welcome Dr. Carol to guide us into this dialogue. We will invite their panelists. Thank you.
Right.
Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends, both those participating physically and those participating virtually. It's a great pleasure to, to be gathered in this session today, roundtable discussion. In this session, we will be looking at the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, or the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the implication that it has for development on the African continent. I've been joined by Dr. Rita, who will be sharing some thoughts on that. Before we get to her, I'd like to give some thoughts on my perception about the African Continental Free Trade Area. As we all know, the African Continental Free Trade Area was adopted in Kigali, in Rwanda, in March of 2018, creating a framework for trade liberalization through a single continental market that is aimed at strengthening regionalism, economic integration, and the free movement of goods and people across the African continent. The agreement entered into force on the 30th of May 2019 through a rapid ratification process that took a period of about 1 year. And so far, there are about 46 out of 55 African countries that have already ratified the charter, and there is great hope that the few remaining countries that have not yet ratified would eventually do so. And by that, the African Continental Free Trade Area becomes the largest free trade area in the entire world. That is a very impressive achievement for Africa, right? The African Continental Free Trade is it's a flagship project of Agenda 2063. It is one of those projects that that were enshrined, that were contained in Agenda 2063 to be achieved, and it is already in force. And so the question is, how does the African Continental Free Trade Area contribute to development in Africa? The coming into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area, raises those hard questions, which I have explored in a paper that I published last year. And I critique the fact that the African continental free trade may eventually not really resolve the development challenges that that Africa is confronted with. And the motivation for my critique is drawn from the fact that the project is more economic growth driven than it is people centered. And I explore all the instruments, the founding instruments of the African continental free trade area. You know, there is more focus on market expansion. There's more focus on, you know, trade liberalization, even though it is envisaged that the project would eventually benefit the 1.2 billion population of Africa. There is no indication when you read through the founding documents of the African continental free trade area. There is no actual indication on how that would be achieved. So it is just an estimation that, you know, I think informed by the trickle-down philosophy, the economic growth philosophy, that when the economy grows, the benefits will trickle down to the poor and the impoverished. So without specific reference to how the African continental free trade would translate into improving the lives of the people of Africa, I make the argument that we would have the largest market as it has been established, but eventually it might not, you know, contribute to development in Africa. Development in the sense, that's from the perspective of human development and the realization of human rights. And I attended a course in Antwerp in 2016. In one of the lessons, one of the professors explained the philosophy behind the creation of the European Union, the European free trade area. And in his explanation, he said the philosophy behind the creation of the EU was to make Europe paradise for the Europeans. So the question I asked when in Africa we put in place a mighty project as the African continental free trade area, is it informed by that same kind of philosophy, you know, to make Africa a paradise for its people? And the reason I asked that question is because in my understanding, purpose drives process and also determines the outcome. So if in the European Union, the philosophy, the purpose, the fundamental purpose was to achieve or to make Europe a paradise for its people, and the market is just a means to achieving that purpose, then the outcome, obviously, you know, would be to make living standards better for the people of Europe. Now, when we translate that to the context in Africa, and we are not convinced that the establishment of the African continental free trade area was driven by that same kind of philosophy, you know, to make living standards better for the people of Africa. If it is driven more by the ambition to achieve economic growth, then eventually the processes would be driven towards economic growth, and the outcome would be economic growth and not the people of Africa. And so if we consider development from rights-based approaches to development, be justified to make the argument that the African continental free trade area would eventually achieve economic growth purposes, but not translate into better standards of living. One of the issues that Africa is confronted with is, the disparities amongst peoples, amongst the poor and the rich and the wealthy, and the manner in which the African continental free trade is structured is such that it's going to continue to give better opportunities for the rich to continue to get richer, and the poor to continue to get impoverished. And in that scenario, we will have vulnerable groups of persons that would be affected very severely, like women, like children, like indigenous people, and other minority groups. So at this juncture, I would like to allow my colleague, Dr. Rita, to make some inputs with regard to the aspect of inequality.
Thank you very much, Dr. Good morning, everyone. Yes, Dr. Ngang has started from with his introduction. The African continental free trade is a great innovation, and perhaps one can say a progressive, forward-looking document of the African continent. But when you get into the details, you realize that innovation doesn't really meet the purpose that it's intended. A couple of years ago, I think 2018, I published a paper on women inclusion, financial inclusion in South Africa. My argument is that women have been excluded and will continue to be excluded financially because of the widening gap of inequality, gender inequalities, income inequalities. And so my focus on with this, the role of African continental free trade to look at inequalities is to zero in and focus on gender inequalities. Women are responsible for 60% of work done globally, yet they earn only 10% of the income and 1% of property. So you find that women, 70% are excluded financially. And within the African continent, we had $42 billion financing gap between men and women. With the African continental free trade, are we going to reduce this widening gap, or are we going to be able to bridge the gap? All indicators point to the opposite direction, that it will take a number of years to reduce that widening gap. And so, even with the African Continental Free Trade Declaration, 2020 to 2030 is the decade financial and economic inclusion. We also take into account the widening income inequality, gender inequality between men and women, and that it would really take Africa long to bridge this widening gap. On the African continent, intra-trade between countries is still very slow. South Africa is actually being seen as the, perhaps there's the language, South African exceptionalism in terms of trade within the African continent. But you realize that other African countries find it difficult to get into the South African market. And so if South Africa as a major economic destination for Africa is a difficult market to enter for the rest of the countries on the continent, then you can imagine how difficult it is going to be to bridge the widening inequality gap. And so the African Continental Free Trade is a great innovation, but there is a missing link. And that missing link, are we able to close the gap? Is it a possibility? What can be done? Most women, they engage in unpaid care work. Will that be able to put them in a position to be financially strong? And so we find that people participation financially is a difficult thing to achieve within the African continent. We are still very far behind. And so the African Continental Free Trade, as a great innovation as it is, will be very difficult to tackle the issues, the widening inequalities between men and women. What can be done? What are the areas that one could focus on? So that is the engagement that we would like us to engage with. And it's an open question that I'm throwing in, and we can debate on that and draw attention to the specific issues that arises from the African Continental Free Trade when we look at the focus of ensuring gender equality on the continent, and knowing that one of the greatest threats to Africa's future is gender inequality. How can we address that? I'll leave that as an open-ended question. And I'd like an input from you. Thank you.
Okay, so we've been joined here on the panel, our colleague Jason, and Jason Braganza. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Okay. Jason is from the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development. We would like to have your presentation on okay.
All right. Thank you very much, and to the organizers for bringing us here this week. I followed only part of the happened since Monday. I only arrived a couple of days ago, but at least from the session I attended yesterday afternoon, certainly there is a lot of intersection between what we're discussing today and also the issues around the rights, the principles, and the framework around the right to development, which are underpinned by the human rights, the human rights declarations, both at the UN and the African Union level. I think when we try to premise where debt financing as an instrument towards achieving the transformation of our continent, about four things come to mind. The first one is the extent to which the principles of the governing ideas around the right to development and the human rights declarations have modified or adjusted themselves, or even allow within their framework the flexibilities of a situation where Africa as a continent and as a people actually transform. And I think, you know, to borrow your statements here around whether the purpose on purpose drives process, it's a political question. It's a political economy dynamic in whether these types of global documents or continental documents ever foresee a situation where the continent and her people actually transform and move and transition from the point at which those documents were first founded and written. And I think this is very important when we even look at how the continent's position in global economics, global commerce, global politics has changed over the last 50 to 60 years. The current multiple crises that we are faced with is a very good example of these transitions and this evolution of our role in these global conversations. And so when we are talking about the issue of debt finance as a way to achieving Africa's transformation, one needs to approve these principles under the human rights based approach as well as the rights of development. One needs to contextualize how then does the debt financing instrument achieve this. I think the second one is to do with what was mentioned in one of the presentations yesterday around the several letters of peace, right? I think there was profit, people, and planets are the ones I remember from the discussion yesterday afternoon. I think one that is missing in that equation is power. And where are the axes of power held? Who are the brokers of power? And where are they concentrated more centrally if we are then going to talk about debt finance as an instrument towards achieving Africa's transformation under the principles of right to development? Because debt finance is a circular economy. When you think about how the different types of instruments are designed and are developed, they are made with one sole purpose, which is a return on that debt to the lender and to the shareholder. And I think the colleague who spoke yesterday afternoon, I think his name is Mr. White, made a very interesting point about the idea that public goods or social welfare goods are sort of devoid now of the responsibility of the state, but now in the hands of private providers, and the fact that we can conflate the two things becomes very problematic when you then think about human rights approaches to development and the idea, just the mere concept around the right to development in the context of debt financing. And so I think that's the second point I wanted to sort of premise my submission around that. The third is the evolution of where finance has moved as an instrument for transformation. The altruistic or the so-called altruistic approach to development finance in the form of ODA and so on have increasingly seen themselves transition from that altruistic nature into a more commercial, privatized form of finance. Even ODA today is majorly composed of debt type of instruments, which are channeled through multilateral institutions like the IMF, like the World Bank, like the African Development Bank, and so on. And those are then converted again into debt financing instruments and then presented to our governments as forms of ODA and development finance. And I think that in itself is the idea of the fourth P, this idea of power, and the other P, which I think was very conveniently transformed from profit to prosperity, again, which is the fourth point, right, around the cannibalization of language or the whitewashing of language to suit a particular need. And this is very important because this is how we start the deepening of the conversation around financialization, the deepening conversation around profit maximizing through poverty. The idea that development or transformation can only be achieved if there is a profit to be made. And I think this is a very important component when you think about how then does debt finance intersect with the right to development. Is debt financing actually transformative? And the extent to which then we are able to comprehensively make the case that all debt is good debt and there's nothing like bad debt. And I think we have to be very careful because in the current crises that we are facing, the interventions that are being proposed are actually very detrimental to human rights-based approaches to development. They're extremely detrimental to the idea or the notion of the right to development. And the simple reason is that African countries and developing countries at large are being asked to borrow further to try and get themselves out of a very difficult situation. And I think this idea that you can borrow your way out if you're a small economy or a low value revenue generating economy is a fallacy. I think it is very misguided. And therefore, in that context, the idea of debt financing and the right to development seem to be, at divergent pathways, and there doesn't seem to be any convergence when you look at it and what the evidence seems to suggest. You have a situation where, in order to qualify for more debts in the form of so-called international assistance, you've got to sacrifice or trade. I think the word trade-off and balancing was debated yesterday as well. You've got to compromise on certain types of very basic public services. You've got to compromise on the investments that you make in order to qualify or in order to receive that additional support. So I do think, to an extent where the model and the philosophy and the ideology as you mentioned, driving this kind of development agenda does not fit within or does not include or appreciate a situation where Africa as a continent and Africa as a people are transitioning from this very low level of presumed low level and low skill region to a place where we are actually very robustly presenting alternatives or presenting ourselves as a continent with its own agency. And I think the models don't allow for that. And so we see ourselves in a very interesting place right now and today, asking ourselves what exactly are international norms really about? Are they really about transforming the continent, or is it really about maintaining this status quo and creating this sort of artificial glass ceiling where we can see what life looks like, but the ceiling is just placed, and therefore the ideas of right to development and the human rights-based approach then just become another instrument to maintain the status quo and to suggest that, look, if you don't have these types of things, then you're not going to develop or you cannot access finance. And I think lastly, as I wrap up and we get into some further discussions and debates, I think it's important to realize this in the context of interventions. If you look at the COVID-19 crisis, the Ukraine-Russia conflicts, the climate emergency, very many of the interventions that are being proposed to African governments, African countries specifically, but then developing countries more generally, many of them actually don't appear to be people-centered. Very many of them seem to be geared at or towards maintaining a particular power dynamic in the current architecture. The irony of a crisis or multiple crises that we are currently facing is that the biggest propagators of these crises are the ones that are the stumbling blocks to the success of these interventions. And allow me to illustrate it with a few examples. The G20 Common Framework on the treatment on debt and equal treatment of debt. One of the major reasons that it is failing, or one of the major reasons why countries have not signed up to it, is that we've got commercial creditors, largely from the global north, who have sort of refused to be part of this framework. We've got certain multilateral institutions that many of our governments rely on for technical assistance and emergency financing, who also refuse to be part of this framework. We've got new creditors who don't want to be part of this framework, and yet we're being told, but why don't African governments sign up to this? So the question is, how can we sign up to something that nobody else wants to be part of, and doesn't want to make it work? The example just up the road in Zambia is very explicit in how difficult it has been to get some sort of negotiation and arrive at some sort of conversion. The second one is, if you look at the dynamics around the Ukraine-Russia conflict and how that is playing out on the continent, and the whispers from different corridors that, you know, African countries that either abstain or didn't or vote against the global norm are going to start seeing the consequences of those actions. I think it's very telling, right, about how we as a continent, even in an attempt to arrive at some of our own agency and not be tools or agents for certain actors, actually is being detrimental to our economy and to our people, and therefore, again, forcing our hand into this idea of borrowing. And I think lastly is the most stark one was the COVID-19 vaccination issue. You know, the very mere idea that a global multilateral rules-based organization could not see that one of the most vulnerable regions in the world needed some sort of reprieve on the way the rules are applied. You know, there was no convergence that this was actually going to be, you know, beneficial to everybody concerned. And I think when we talk about human rights-based approaches and the right to development, these are the nuances I think that we need to look at. And I think that fourth P around power and the role power plays in ensuring whether we achieve these types of principles in a sustainable way are extremely important. And I think lastly, it's politics. As I conclude, that might be my fifth P actually, to add to the two that talked about yesterday. I think political ideology and political philosophy is very important. And again, I refer to what Thomas White said yesterday, is that the ideology or the philosophical underpinning of development is already profit maximizing based. It's a neoliberal let's privatize everything, let private agents solve public problems. I think it's very difficult then to have this noble human rights based approach within a model that thrives on profit maximization or shareholder return, because the mechanics or dynamics in the mindset of those who are providing the interventions or providing the so-called solution is very different to that where you empower the states and hold the states accountable for what it is it's supposed to be doing, which is providing public goods, which is providing social services for its population. So I think that for me is probably equally important when we're sort of premising an architecture or an alternative architecture. It's very important to also understand how the political economy or philosophical model that is currently being utilized as a development agenda, how these two also interact and intersect. So thank you. I'll just stop. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Jason, for an insightful presentation that brings an interesting dimension to the African Continental Free Trade Area, and raises another, crucial question that we need to explore. He has just talked about debt financing, and very truly, the realization of the African Continental Free Trade Area, faces the problem of infrastructure. If the African Continental Free Trade Area is going to be achieved, it needs huge investment in infrastructure. For example, road construction that is going to link the markets, all the African economies. And without the capital, without the funding to achieve that, it would imply that Africa would need to reach out to, donor countries and foreign financing agencies to, secure the funding for that. And that certainly is going to, have an impact too on the level of inequality that is already existing in Africa. So I would like to open up the session for questions and comments and reaction, both from our participants here present and those online. Do we start with those online, or are there any hands available?
Not yet.
Okay, not yet. So maybe let's get some reactions from our participants here present. Okay, let me take the hand from behind first. Yes.
So you can speak.
Thank you so much for the panelists for being very insightful discussion. My question was to the background of the three area. We discussed inequality, and I think Jason has the global economy and the whole Africa, and then also Dr. Risha spoke to gender equality. Talking like India, I'm curious about inequality between nations. And how free trade area, whether a free trade area actually facilitate peace or improve, and why ask this before, like you mentioned, this infrastructure that the infrastructure required to be able to create a free trade area, right? We already have countries that are okay with us, economic and infrastructure, and these situations that are creating more power. The bigger countries, the countries that people talk about, I used to find it interesting to read my graduate program when people talk about Africa, they would say imagination, Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, Nigeria, no one is mentioned Djibouti, no one is mentioned Somalia, and Somalia should be maybe say maybe Burundi and the power play between the country or the continent. So and what that means for the relevant discussion with civil innovation.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a question for Dr. Rita. For me, what I find interesting, at least when we're having conversations about the ASCFTA, is that it's premised on the formal trade, right? But when you're taking a look at that in context, about 80% of trade that's happening is informal. I mean, statistics, of course, nobody really knows it's informal. And then I think to your point about gender, when you're looking at informal trade, it tends to be largely women that are engaging in that space. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts just around if we're saying, and I think Dr. Carol made this point, right, around wanting to contribute, being a contributor to human development. It means something that contributes to the general population, general African population. What are your thoughts around how the ASCFTA engages with informal trade? Should it, does it? I'm just curious to hear what you think.
Any other question or comment? Okay, maybe let's respond to this. Yeah, inequality between African countries with regards to the actualization of the African continental free trade area. That is a huge concern that I think we haven't explored, and we need to really give some thoughts to that. And there are so many African countries that are landlocked and least developed among all the countries in the world. Signing up to the African Continental Free Trade Area, the anticipation is that these countries are going to open up to the continental market and have that advantage of growing the economy and making living standard better for the people. The challenge is the practicalities of achieving this, just like Jason has mentioned, the issue of debt financing, because it would eventually, require this least developed, impoverished countries to have to stretch out, their hands to get funding to be able to realize or to get the infrastructures in place to be able to connect to the African market. It is a major. I really do not have an answer to how that can be resolved. I think it's an interesting question that you raised that needs needs us to apply our minds to and try to explore and see what could be done.
Okay. Just to give an insight on the inequalities within countries. I mean, in terms of SDG goal 10, that is the goal to reducing inequality, is to reduce inequality within countries and externally. And you find that within the African countries, there are the countries that you mentioned, South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana. No one mentions Burundi. No one mentions Rwanda. Sometimes it doesn't even get to be mentioned in terms of an economic growth within the East African region. So you have that within the African continent. And the unfortunate thing is that the African Continental Free Trade is punted as a marketplace for goods and services, for trade and investment, market information. But some countries are stronger than the other. And so it points to that disconnect between the idea, the innovation, and in actual practice, it hasn't really taken into that, the ideology, the fundamental ideology of the African Continental Free Trade looks at that, but in practical terms, it doesn't really translate to something that one would see going forward on the African continent. And so it's an interesting element to take into account if we are to develop any alternative view on right-based approach to development in on the African continent. And that also affects the question that Tina, you asked about the engagement of the African Continental Free Trade with informal trade, which largely we know women engage in. And so that is why I made the point of financial inclusion. And so there's that gap. And the idea is to include. It is very well put on paper, but the infrastructure, the practicalities of achieving this goal becomes a huge challenge when you take into account the extent of exclusion of women in the general idea of trade at the global level and even on the continent. So that is a major challenge that the African Continental Free Trade has an idea. I did mention that in Article 3E, it has declared the decade 2020 to 2030 as a decade of women inclusion, economic inclusion. And so that is a view, that is a goal that they want to achieve. So it means that they are thinking along those lines, but how to now practicalize that and take that into account becomes something that have to be worked on. And we also take into account that often information really within the continent on this, it's usually not really very clear, doesn't really speak to the growth or not of this inequality. So it's also important to take into data information that is progressive enough to take into account the role of women in engaging with informal trade and the manner in which the African Continental Free Trade can progressively work towards that. Hope that I've answered your question in some way.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you so much. Actually enjoyed all the panel. But my sense is that from the point that have been made, there is some pessimism among the presenters about the ability of the African community to actually lead to the transformation of the African continent. And I hear you, Dr. Carroll, when you say that there seems to be an emphasis on economic growth rather than actual realization of the right of development in the real sense of the word. And I also hear Dr. Rita say that the continental free trade agreement does not address issues around gender inequality. Now, my question is, and of course, those 2 points link up to what Mr. Jason has said. But my question is, how do you think, okay, so before I ask the question, in the course of this week, we could see that many of our students and participants online and those in the room have also identified some of the shortfalls of the Agenda 2063 and the lack of a bottom-up approach. Now, so the question now is, how do you think we can correct the lapses that have developed either the development of Agenda 2063 or the processes leading up the adoption of the African Continental Free Trade Agreements? They've already been adopted. These documents have already been adopted. They have laid down the program and the ideals or goals that we want to achieve as a continent, the Africa will want by 2063. What practical steps that are using to this roundtable do you think we can begin to take to correct those lapses? That's the first question. Now, the second question is that one of the major hallmarks of the expansion of global capitalism into Africa has been a race to the bottom among African countries, in the sense that African countries have been competing for direct foreign direct investment. And to compete, there's been lowering of standards, lowering of laws, lowering of regulations. And of course, one game that corporations have been playing, and they do it very well. And of course, that's the Masha's presentation on Monday, is the ability to move from one jurisdiction to the other. And so I'm just wondering, since we're talking about the African Community Free Trade Agreement, how do you think issues around ways to development can properly addressed going forward so that the right to development can actually be realized?
Yes,
Thank you everyone for the excellent presentations. Everyone's talked about how the free trade area can have adverse impacts on human rights and right to development. I would be more interested in your thoughts on the instrumental role that operationalizing the right to development can play in ensuring that the free trade area actually results in promoting human development. And not adverse. What can be done? How would operationalizing the right to development look like in the terms? And one way, just on the top of my head, one way could be, for instance, conducting human rights impact assessment, right, for trade policies within the region. That would perhaps be one way of operationalizing the right to development and trying to mitigate or prevent the adverse impacts on human rights. So I would like to hear your thoughts.
okay, thank you, Prof. Okay. Oh, sorry. Prof. Kun had his hand up.
His question is ask whether anyone is actually raising the right to development when we go to free trade areas for debt financing are, after all, it is in the African structure of people's rights. Are there any governments that would be willing to raise the rights in these debates? Are civil society organizations doing it? And I was also thinking of another protocol which has a beautiful provision on a women's right to development. So, you know, we hear talking about nationalization. Are there any actors on the African continent that are currently already looking at their financing of key trade areas from that perspective, or is it just also not being used? And if not, why not?
Okay, thank you, Prof. I think let's respond to that before we take another round of questions. Would you like to?
Okay, let me start with the pessimism from Dr. Kolisi. I wouldn't term it pessimism per se. I would term it as a conscious approach of what the difference between theory and practicality. And so, like I did mention, there is the focus on having a decade of women inclusion. That is a focus on that. But how that translates in actual reality is where we have, and that has always been the challenge with most instruments on the African continent, that we do have the laws, we do have the processes, but when it gets to the implementation period, there's a cutout. You can't move beyond that. And perhaps that comes with the issue of political will. And so it's a situation where we want to acknowledge that the African Continental Free Trade or the processes within the African Union, they are there, but that it is still difficult to implement and see the actual reality of the instruments on ordinary people on the continent. And so I come to the question of operationalizing the right to development, whether it will have an impact on African development free trade. I make an example. The Agenda 2063, I've had the opportunity of being in a conference and engaging with this particular commitment of the African countries. And the main speaker of the event, who is a seasoned jurist that had acted in Rwanda, said that she didn't know about Agenda 2063 until she was called upon as a keynote. So she had to start scrambling to find what is Agenda 2063. So if at her level of development, she is unaware of African commitment with Agenda 2063, how much more the ordinary people? So it comes to the question of the awareness of these processes, Agenda 2063. It is complementary to SDG, but often on the African continent, you hear more about the SDGs. You don't really hear about the goals of Agenda 2063. And they are almost the same. Perhaps crafted differently. This one is 17, this one is 7. Agenda 2063 is 7, Agenda 2020 is 17. So they are good saying the same thing. But with Agenda 2063, which is a commitment of African continent, you don't get to hear about it. So operationalizing the right to development should take into account that this is the African Continental Free Trade is also an instrument of the African Union. And so there's this gap within the African Union, and it is important to begin to bridge that gap in terms of awareness of this instrument. And because even people who are supposedly supposed to be aware of Agenda 2063 do not know about it, how then do you lay claim on these instruments as an ordinary event? So there is, I think there is need within the African Union agencies to actually make aware Agenda 2063. And so that would perhaps, when you think about operationalizing the right to development, when you begin to think about the African continental free trade, and then the intentions of Agenda 2063, perhaps we might be getting somewhere. But currently, there's so a very far distance that we need to cover. Yeah. Are the actors mobilizing? When there is not that awareness, then laying claim will be difficult. So that translates into that. So it's important that we have to make aware in order to grow the actors that will hold government accountable to this commitment. Thank you. Do you want to go?
Yeah. I mean, I think I want to start. It's the response to all the different questions, but I hope it will touch on all the different questions that have been asked. And I want to start with the idea of purpose drives process. Okay, and if we remove our technical hats for a moment, I know it might be difficult for many in the room, and just put on our political hats, which is one of the P's. I think we may begin to separate the trees from the forest here. Purpose drives process. The UN SDGs follow up from the Millennium Development Goals. Nice idea, lots of money. Everybody wants to be involved. There's this, feel-good factor about it. And everywhere you go in developing countries, you're promised if your initiatives, if your programs, if your projects are aligned to the SDGs, the money will come. So what happens there is you have a very deliberate and gradual deprioritization of what is a context-specific agenda, Agenda 2063. At AFRODAD, we had for a very long time been talking about what should our work be enhancing or promoting. Is it Agenda 2063 or Vision Agenda 2030 under the SDGs? And I think this is a very important political question or concept or idea that we must keep in our minds, that if the purpose is to keep developing countries in that constant state of cap in hand, then the processes that will be designed and perpetuated are those that then gradually deprioritize national agendas, continental agency, and so on. So I think it's very important, and as you were speaking, that's exactly one of my last slides, actually, and I sent it to you in time, that actually you have, I would have put up there, because that's very, very important. And I think we need to have that in our mind, as this is a political agenda more than it is a technical agenda. I think at the technical level, nobody would argue, or to be very hard or difficult to counter some of the very nice progressive and language in some of these documents. The question is the politics, and where does that? I think the second point on purpose drives process is the African continental free trade area. I would slightly differ. I would not say it's an innovation. I just think it's an initiative. But to serve whose needs, I think is very important. Again, should it be a liberalization agenda that is then that then continues to promote an extractive form of development, which then could translates into undermining the principles of the right to development. Yeah, and I think that is also another, not a technical question, that is a political question. Why is it that a region that is still relatively on the lower end or lower scale of value addition, revenue mobilization, despite being very rich and very wealthy in resources, why is it then this initiative needs to be fast-tracked in its current form, and not allowing countries to converge or catch up with each other? And I think the East African community, despite its flaws, does actually have some very interesting provisions around principles of variable geometry, for example, and the principles of asymmetry that allow countries to, or member states to sort of catch up and converge at a point when they are ready to adopt and assent to certain types of provisions of the treaty and certain types of certain provisions of the various protocols. So I think that's also important in understanding that the Continental Free Trade Area is an instrument of Agenda 2063. It is not an instrument of the SDGs, and it should therefore be given its due time to find its way. I think the point around inequalities around countries and things like that, I think these are things that are raised to sort of sidetrack the good ideas or the good principles that could be actually achieved through the Continental Free Trade Area, if you're allowed to do that. I think we just sort of tongue-in-cheek about bottom up. Those who are from Kenya will realize that this is a political mantra that people are making fun of. But I do think there's something there to be said around the race to the bottom, with what the potential risks that come with the type of model that the CFTA is. And again, this idea of purpose drives process. What is the objective that we are trying to achieve? Can the African Continental Free Trade Area work and be operationalized and be a success outside the current neoliberal model, or would it fall apart? Is there a way that the Pan-African idea from the founding forefathers of our continent, is it possible that the Continental Free Trade Area can work within those premises as opposed to within a more profit maximizing extractive type of development model that we're currently working within? So that's a question I really thought to say that, could we think of it as working in an alternative dimension, an alternative construct?
Okay, thank you very much, Jason, for that contribution. To respond to some of the questions that have been raised and comments, just like Rita said, the perspective from which we have looked at the African Continental Free Trade is not really pessimistic in that sense. I think it is really relevant that we ask the hard questions and interrogate, the processes, because before the coming into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area, we have had other development mechanisms like NEPAD, for example, and we know what happened to NEPAD. NEPAD has not been successful. And so if we don't ask the relevant questions and find ways to remedy the present mechanisms, they might eventually, collapse like previous ones. So it is not being pessimistic when we interrogate some of the issues. And to respond to me, yes, the African Continental Free Trade Area, I think, as the coming into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area, is an obligation that is supposed to be driven by the idea of the right to development. Essentially because all African countries have ratified the African Charter and are thereby obligated to or compelled to realize the right to development enshrined in Article 22. Article 22 sub 2, places an obligation on African countries to either individually or in collaboration with other African countries, ensure that the right to development is achieved. And I see this African Continental Free Trade Area as one as meeting that objective, of working in collaboration to ensure the realization of the right to development. The interesting thing is, none of the instruments, none of the African Continental Free Trade Area instruments, founding instruments, none of them mention the right to development, which I think is a problem, right? Because if there is that obligation that AU member states need to, are obligated to by virtue of their legal commitment under the African Charter, to ensure that development is achieved. And this, the African Continental Free Trade Area is one of those development projects. Then there is no reason why it does not, mention that this process is going to be driven by the concept or by the idea of the right to development. And that is the argument I make in my paper, that for the African Continental Free Trade to achieve its purpose, it needs to be driven by the idea of the right to development. And because the instruments have already been established, I make the suggestion that there is need for a protocol, for a specific protocol, to address the issue of the right to development and rights-based approaches to achieving the African Continental Free Trade Area. So on that note, we are sorry that we would not take another round of questions because our attention was drawn to the fact that we need to end this session at 10:30. Or we have 3 minutes. Let's take one or two. Let's take one or two questions. Yes.
I have a very good statement.
Okay.
Around present and the reality. In 2021, May 2021, there was a major public announcement of finally a trade dispute between Kenya and Tanzania has been resolved. And they reduced barriers to trade between Kenya and Tanzania. In May 2021, right? In June 2022, there are truckloads of maize currently stuck at the border between Kenya and Tanzania. Tanzania is the main exporter of maize into Kenya, right? Because Tanzania imposed some permits, a new permit requirement on maize exporters. So Tanzanian people, companies that are exporting maize from Tanzania to Kenya are required to obtain a permit. They haven't obtained the permit. The maize is stuck at the border, creating a food crisis on the Kenyan side. And that maize is actually, is no longer able to be used. Okay, this is Kenya and Tanzania. This is, forget about the African continental free trade area. This is the East African community. This is Kenya and Tanzania. This is not Rwanda and Kenya. This is Rwanda and DRC, Kenya and Tanzania. So my question, not as a, it's early in the morning and I'm on fire, I don't know why, but my question, not as a question that needs to be answered, but as a rhetorical question again, for us to think about, is what actually drives change on this continent? Is it a feeling of solidarity? Is it solidarity among nations? Which, forgive me for comparing all the time, but because of this conference that I was part of, imagining the solidarity and how solidarity is actually the bedrock upon which we need model is based. And then I think about what's going on here. And I'm like, forget about African feminism and that, let's get our acts together. If we're really trying to build something, then let's build it and for the stay. And the reason why I'm saying this is because this morning or last night, I don't know between, I don't know exactly at what time, but very, in the last 24 hours. On Monday when I presented, you all remember me talking about South Africa facing potential greylisting on the South because of its money laundering, regulations and everything. You remember that, I'm sure, right? Well, South Africa, in the last 24 hours, have decided to review their trust law, their company laws, their banking laws. There's a whole list of them, right? My question is, and it's good, change is good. My question is, the rhetorical part, not, you don't have to answer it since you're giving me opinion. What drove that change? Is it solidarity? It's fear of the reprisal from the, the fear of the reprisal. It's the global norm. Our drivers of change are not our functions, are not solidarity. It's not principle, it's not morality. It's nothing like that. The drivers of change on this continent is some other boss that tells us what we need to do for us. So, the continental free trade area is suffering the same ways.
Okay, thank you so much for that last contribution. I want to thank all the participants for your input, the questions you asked, the comments, and thank you, Dr. Rita. Thank you, Jason. I think.
Thank you. So sorry for having this, but we needed to listen to Dr. Anderson. He's trying some of the things. His plight is that one of that, so we are fully in definitely present for your answers. They are not available. Follow up on the things. So Dr. Anderson, please. Make a presentation and panelists in that session is Nona and Dr. Professor Canadison. But you can pick up the conversation.
Thank you very much, Arnold, and I would like to thank you also for being considerate of the time constraint that I'm facing. A very good morning to all of you. Good to be back to the Center for Human Rights once again. I'm Solomon Ayedederso, member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The topic that I've been assigned, so in terms of shifting gear from dates and the continental free trade area to climate change and what that means for human rights and development. As I do that, I think let me add two more pieces to the pieces that were mentioned earlier on. One is past, the past. I think that's extremely important in our condition here on the continent, because the past defines where we are, both in terms of the pervasiveness of the socioeconomic deprivations that people on the continent face, but also on the question of the structural limitations that impact upon the possibilities for overcoming underdevelopment and socioeconomic dispossession. So that is an important P. The other P is policy space, equally important, because this point that Asha mentioned speaks to the policy space question. Basically, what leeway do you have on making sovereign decisions on economic, social policy issues? If you don't have that, we know the debate that's happening in South Africa for since the end of apartheid about addressing the structural inequalities here in the country, and that has to do with also question of policy space. How much can the state be able to make a sovereign decision on economic and social policies? Now, moving on quickly to the session on climate change, human rights, and development. I think I think the fundamental starting point obviously would be the obvious thing, which is to state that climate change is a result of green gas emission. And of course, this happened over a period of time. But the most significant period of time being that of the Industrial Revolution and what had happened since the Industrial Revolution, right? And I think within this context, part of the issue is often climate change has been thought and imagined in terms of the future. All right, our mind is wired in such a way that climate change is something that would happen in the future. And often it has been taught and imagined in those terms. Again, of course, we can ask questions, why? And when we ask that question of why, the power question quickly comes into picture, because there are certain narratives and certain discourses about climate change, including the question about whether or not actually climate change is a result of human activity, right? Whether or not, okay, climate change is a product of greenhouse gas emission, right? It starts with that, and of course, it will also seem to suggest that it is something that will happen in the future. So, in terms of where we are today in 2022, I think if there is any shred of doubt whatsoever as to whether or not climate change is a result of human activity, greenhouse gas emission, I think it is there for everybody to see. The extreme weather events have become much more ferocious than in yesteryears. They are happening much more frequently than previously. And we have on our hands the most severe emergency. So it's not really a question of climate change anymore. We have a climate emergency. And in the course of what we have experienced here on the African continent, in terms of extreme weather events, Cyclone Kenneth and Ida on the eastern and southern Africa coast, that have led to displacement of a number of countries and people in those countries. The drought condition here in Southern Africa that led to major decline in agricultural production. Flooding that happened in West Africa, in South Sudan. In South Sudan last year or the year before, 1 in 12 people have been affected by flooding that happened in that country. Today in the East Africa region, a major drought is unfolding, affecting Somalia, northern Kenya, Ethiopia. You'd find the Sahel region of the continent with the depleting of scarce resources, increased competition between herders and farmers has become the most deadly source of conflict in the West Africa and the Sahel region. So these are some of the, the weather events. Today we can reflect on what is happening in the US, what's happening in Europe, what's happening in Australia, as far as the scale and gravity of these weather events. from a human rights perspective, I think part of the question would be, how does climate change, in the way it manifests itself along those lines, relate to human rights? I think it's possible to think of this question in two ways. One is the direct impact that climate change has on human rights. So if you look at Article 1 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, it states that states parties to the African Charter have assumed responsibility to give effect to the rights and freedoms enshrined in the Charter. And in the course of the COVID-19 pandemic, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights interpreted this obligation under Article 1 of the Charter to entail a certain responsibility on the part of states, a responsibility to protect the lives, livelihoods, health, and safety of their people from threats that actually endanger the various rights, health, life, safety of individuals and communities. These threats may come from a pandemic like COVID-19. They may come from natural events like extreme weather conditions induced by climate change. And when you apply it to the context of climate change, of course, the implication is that there are certain obligations that states bear. And these obligations relate to, for example, to the need putting in place early warning mechanisms in order to monitor weather events, and on the basis of that monitoring to put in place the necessary preparatory measures in order to be able to mitigate and, of course, when these weather events happen, in order to be able to respond to the extent that it is possible to minimize the impact of the occurrence of these weather events on communities and individuals. That is, part of what, in terms of the direct, basically relates to the direct impact that it has, whether it is in terms of the weather conditions leading to the wiping out of an entire communities as a result of flooding, for example, or as a result of cyclones, or as a result of locust invasion, or decline of precipitation, or its complete absence, or its erratic nature. People are not able to, no longer to farm their land and get food, and therefore the starvation that results from it would directly affect food security, the right to food, the right to water, right? The right to health. These are the direct ones. But additionally, I think that indirectly, climate change is also has the impact of multiplying and aggravating existing challenge of human rights. And here you clearly see, particularly how the most vulnerable among us are the ones who bear the most brunt of the consequences of climate change. These are the poorest sections of members of community, already suffering from deprivations of the right to development, and minority groups and indigenous peoples, women. These are the categories of people who suffer the most. So existing conditions of human rights challenges, any inequalities and vulnerabilities are further aggravated and entrenched as a result of climate change. I think these are the ways in which we can imagine, the how climate change intersects with human rights and indeed with development conditions and questions. Now, we started off by saying that climate change is a product of greenhouse gas emissions. And we said that states have obligations. But if greenhouse gas emission is the culprit, now the question would be, who is responsible for greenhouse gas emissions? And you would find that historically, the data shows that more than 50+% of greenhouse emissions responsibility comes from European countries and the US. More than 50+1%. Currently, countries that are most emitters include the US, Europe, China, India, Russia, and Japan. These are the countries that emit the most. The countries around 10 or 50, okay, that emit the most account for about 2/3 of greenhouse emission. And the bottom 100 countries account only for about 3%. And you can imagine the asymmetry of this. And with this, obviously, comes the question of, does climate change actually challenge the assumption, the fundamental assumption on which human rights are premised? That assumption is the assumption that human rights obligations are borne by the state, principally individually. Principally individual. And what climate change tells us is basically that it's difficult to apply and implement this assumption in relation to South Africa, in relation to Ethiopia, or in relation to Kenya. Because part of the question is, these are not the countries that contributed the most for what has created and what is exacerbating the climate change impacts on human rights. It is countries in the global north. And with that, obviously, comes the whole question of climate justice. And that is what human rights brings to the table. Because we cannot, using the individual state as a site of addressing the justice question that arises from climate, we can't go anywhere. It's an non-starter. So we have to actually elevate the analysis, the level of analysis. It becomes a global responsibility question, the climate justice question. All right. You have responsibilities at different levels now. The state would have certain responsibilities without a doubt. But for much of what happens, the individual state doesn't have the tools to reduce greenhouse gas emission individually. It is something that has to be a responsibility that has to be assumed collectively. That is why the negotiations about climate change, about reducing greenhouse emissions, becomes very important and profound. And for that, those that are responsible for the most emission need to take the most responsibility in terms of reducing greenhouse emission. And we have to bring in the principle of fairness, the principle of justice and equity, when we ask what responsibility would countries, developing countries, who contribute almost nothing, but who suffer the most responsibility. Now, in the current COP discussions that is happening in Cairo, one very interesting proposal that is put on the table is what they call loss and damage, financing for loss and damage. to be part and parcel of the negotiations on climate change. This has to do with the fact that countries end up losing a significant portion of their GDP as a result of the consequences of extreme weather events due to climate change. And in Africa, it ranges between 3% of their GDP to 11% in extreme cases. That is a lot of loss and damage. So you have, on the one hand, the financing for adaptation, which is separate from the financing that is now being negotiated for loss and damage, right? Which relates to the climate justice question as well, which relates to the reparations question as well. Now, part of the question is whether or not, as part of this financing, developing countries would also bear responsibility. And that is another area where you have the question of equity comes in. Right? Those who contributed the most should bear the highest burden. Those who benefited the most should therefore also equally bear the most burden in terms of the financing responsibility. And then third, those who contributed little shouldn't be expected to make sacrifices while at the same time suffering the most from the consequences of climate change. Sacrifices in terms of, for example, giving up the use of natural gas. Of course, we know the joking around the use of natural gas. Some months ago, it was a discussion about the European Union not being willing to provide any funding for natural gas related. Now, natural gas and nuclear are categorized as green by the European Union, but still insisting that Africa should, give up its engagement. This is basically, again, a question of development. Africa is being asked to sacrifice its development. So the whole question of a just energy transition that has been championed by African countries relates to this important issue about the need for continuing investment in the use of natural gas. Now, this is important also because the move to climate technology, who would be benefiting from that? I think this is important. Who are the producers of climate technology? Obviously, it would circulate around the same thing, It is about pushing that trade, that investment in, pushing against natural gas. So the power relation dynamic, the structural question becomes very important. Of course, there is a responsibility and burden that we need to bear. So there are obviously different, actions that need to be taken at the level of the negotiations around climate that is happening. But in terms of human rights actors, I think at the national level, there are certain things that need also to happen. Particularly, there were certain litigations that happened in some countries, in South Africa, in Uganda, a few other countries, relating to certain events that happened, and pointing to a direction of the level of responsibility that states need to take, particularly in terms of preparedness, and also helping people affected by weather events. Beyond that, I think it's really about now the question of how to, part of the challenge, I think the central challenge for me, this is where I will stop. The central challenge for me is whether or not we can in any way, change the current trajectory in terms of climate change without changing the nature of the development paradigm on which economic growth is dependent, and which is basically ever increasing consumption. I have very serious doubt that it is possible to dent the trajectory of climate change without a fundamental change about on that development paradigm or model. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Because I don't know if there was a hand that's putting out for like
Yeah.
5 minutes. I don't know if you have time to take that question.
Sure.
Dr. Maria, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Maria. So my questions are for Dr. Solomon. Thank you so much for your insightful presentation. The consequences of climate change on economic infrastructure in the developing world has been quite evident in recent years. Its impacts are stronger on agriculture, negatively affecting trade and food security. So I have two questions. First, to what extent can climate change resilient infrastructure help African countries to maintain and obtain further development goals? And second, how can African nations access green bonds could help build said infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there is any other question. Okay.
Yeah, just a small question. I completely understand and appreciate your arguments on past policy space and politics as very important concepts that still play a role. But do you think the Commission could also interpret the same Article 1 to not only argue that that the issues including the pandemic and the climate change impacts, how they are adversely impacting, should give this policy space, but also to argue that further deforestation or forest fuel or fossil fuel extraction, land displacement that occurs because of that should also be prevented, and Article 1 should also then give that policy space to make those decisions.
So let me start with this question. In relation to the African countries, obviously, whatever measure that they can take to contribute to limiting greenhouse emission, okay, well and good. But the scientific data shows you that whatever you do, okay, as far as greenhouse emissions is concerned, from Africa, even with the use of natural gas, for example, by the way, natural gas, if you compare it with the green technologies, okay, in terms of greenhouse emission, for example, wind farm compared to wind farm, in terms of obviously issues relating to even financing, okay, it's much cheaper than the others, all right? That is what the statistics shows. And whatever you do, in the end, Africa's contribution to greenhouse emission is negligible. So it doesn't in any way dent the fact of the matter, which is the ever increasing consumption, okay, that is happening elsewhere in the world, is where you need to do the most serious intervention. So from a human rights perspective as well, I mean, the Commission may say that, but then it would be a false, not really a real substantial contribution, right, to the issue and the equation. That is why I asked the question whether climate change actually fundamentally, challenge the basic assumption of human rights that establishes relationship between human rights holders and obligation holders as individual states. But
Will still be an inspiring
No,
answer for other regions.
no, I mean, look, but the thing about it is that you have to understand that Africa has equally important imperatives and the imperative of development. So the question would be whether this would be at the expense of, so what is the implication of saying this for ensuring and meeting the development, the right to development under Article 22. So you have to actually take that into account, all right? The argument, that is where the just transition argument comes in, whereby you say that you have to actually ensure that whatever you do doesn't come at the expense of the development aspirations of the people of the continent. I think that is really part of the equation. When you bring that into the equation, then you have to calibrate your level of analysis. So you have to go up to the global level. I think that is where it comes in. On the question of the impact on infrastructure, I think that's absolutely right. Part of the discussion around adaptation, part of the discussion around mitigation, obviously needs to be directed to creating more resilient infrastructure, particularly in the agricultural sector, among others. So I think that is really a quick answer to that question. I have to leave, unfortunately, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. But we are going to get into the next sessions. We'll also tie into Professor Nasso's presentation, and then we'll open up for more discussion. So at this point, I will hand over the floor to Professor Katabe, who's going to lead us and tie into the discussion of Dr. Solomon. Realizing agenda 2030, the right to development and the effects of climate change. So really linking things, and then after that, we'll hear from Lona, not the topic as it appears in the program, and Lona will also look at the linkages between debt, the past conversation and climate, but also including climate change. So that will give really another time, and then we'll open up the floor for discussion. So this another. Thanks. I wish Solomon were here to hear a word of praise from me, because I think that was a very, very comprehensive presentation on the multi-dimensional links between climate change, human rights, the right to development. And tying in to what he said is the best we can do, because a lot of what I would otherwise have said in terms of the responsibilities have already been said there. Now, you pointed out the dual relationship between climate change and human rights. The most obvious one that everyone speaks about is that climate change can result in violation of human rights in multifaceted ways, and this includes also the right to development. But I come back to the instrumental role of right to development in mitigating and adapting to climate change. That's what, even within the expert mechanism of the right to development, we are more interested in. It's obvious that there are many obstacles to the realization of right to development, but how can right to development contribute to addressing the existential challenges humanity faces is what we are looking at, and that's where the dual relation, the other relation comes into play, which is that non-realization of the right to development, particularly the right to, let's say, free, active, meaningful participation in climate change planning, programming. How can that impact adversely on measures to address climate change? Or to put it more positively, how can the right to development contribute to addressing the mitigation and adaptation of climate change? Now, Solomon has already pointed out a lot of the political dimensions of it. So I will complement that by being a bit technical. Yeah. And the topic that has been assigned to me is the 2030 agenda. I'm sorry, that's not a topic I chose. Probably I ought to have been given agenda 2063 also for next time. Let's keep that in mind. But I'll restrict myself to the 2030 agenda here. And as we know, the goal that addresses climate change within the 2030 agenda is goal 13. There are 5 targets under the goal 13. The first 3 targets are what on Monday I explained the structure of the SDGs, are what we call as a numerical targets. They apply to everyone. And I'll quickly read through these because they are important. The first is strengthen resilience and adaptive capacity to climate-related hazards and natural disasters in all countries. The second is integrate climate change measures into national policies, strategies, and planning. And the third is improve education, awareness raising, and human and institutional capacity on climate change mitigation, adaptation, impact reduction, and early warning. Now, it's quite clear that from a right to development perspective, or for that matter, human rights perspective, none of this is possible to be realized unless there is a right to participate and contribute to, guaranteed to the rights holders. None of these are possible. In fact, improve education awareness raising is implicitly aimed at realizing the right to participate in these processes. But again, what I'm more interested in is the means of implementation targets, which are the alphabetical targets. Right? So you have 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, the numerical targets that I've just read. And then there's 13.A, 13.B, which are the alphabetical targets, which are the means of implementing the numerical targets. Right? And this is where I think operationalizing the right to development becomes very important, tying in to the points about who has the burden, who should bear the burden that Solomon pointed out. So what are the means of implementation identified in the 2030 agenda? Target 13.8, implement the commitment undertaken by developed country parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change to a goal of mobilizing jointly $100 billion annually by 2020 from all sources to address the needs of developing countries in the context of meaningful mitigation actions and transparency on implementation, and fully operationalize the Green Climate Fund through its capitalization as soon as possible. This is the means identified in the 2030 agenda to implement the numerical targets on climate mitigation. As you all probably are aware, the $100 per annum goal that was set up has miserably failed year after year. It's hardly ever cost $20 billion in total, including the Green Climate Fund, which technically should be in addition, not part of this. And the second one is promote mechanisms for raising capacity for effective climate change related planning and management in least developed countries and small island developing states, including focusing on women, youth, and local and marginalized communities. And again, we're talking here about all the things we have discussed this morning, including financing for climate change, debt financing, debt relief. All these are very important points in this. In terms of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, it has very important principles, and one of them obviously is the principle that that parties should address climate change on the basis of equity and in accordance with their common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. Point also that was addressed earlier. And common but differentiated responsibilities is at the heart of the right to development. The equity dimension is is what drives this norm. And it is for this reason also that we incorporated this within the draft convention on the right to development, the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. And it says, accordingly, the developed country parties should take the lead in combating climate change and adverse effects there. And this obviously includes technology transfer, climate change, the capacity building, data collection, support, all of these factors. Now, when the 2030 agenda was adopted, that was 15th of September 2015, the Paris Climate Agreement had not yet been adopted. That came in December of 2015, a few months later. And as a result, the 2030 agenda itself makes no reference to the Paris Climate Agreement. In the last week, we have discussed about how the right to development informs the 2030 agenda and how it reaffirms the 2030 agenda. The Paris Climate Agreement says something very interesting in its preamble. And as we know, the Paris Climate Agreement is about capping the greenhouse emissions over time to a maximum of 2% at pre-industrial levels. But in the preamble, it explicitly says that parties should, when taking action to address climate change, respect, promote, and consider the respective obligations on human rights, the right to development, as well as gender equality, empowerment of women, and intergenerational equity. So there is normative basis for operationalizing, mainstreaming the right to development in a legally binding instrument on the climate change. It's not soft law anymore with the declaration. This is a legally binding instrument which reaffirms the right to development and calls for its mainstreaming in all actions related to climate change. And this should be the normative basis, therefore, for testing, for scrutinizing all the actions related to climate change. The final point I'll make is that climate change and the importance of right to development is not only at the national level, as has been pointed out, also at the international level, with the massive and detrimental disproportionate impacts on many small island developing states, landlocked developing states. And I want to end here with the importance, obviously, of duty to cooperate that we have seen through the last week as one of the most important principles of the right to development. A point that was made was that human rights law is animated with the idea of obligations being solely held by states, individually, right? Right to development adds a tremendous amount of value to addressing that problem by insisting that there are collective obligations in states. There are obligations on states not just internally, but also externally with extraterritorial impacts, but also collectively. And that's where the duty to cooperate becomes so important. That's why these climate change agreements refer to the problem of climate change as a common concern of humankind. It's a legal term, common concern of humankind. We borrowed that in the draft convention on the right to development. And we said realization of the right to development is a common concern of humankind. Meaning that neither climate change nor development can be addressed unless there is a collective action, unless states realize discharge the duty of international cooperation. In conclusion, I'd like to quote here a very interesting statement made by the special rapporteur on the right to development. It's a parallel mechanism to us with differences, of course. Saad Al-Fararbi, he recently published a policy brief on climate change and the right to development. And one particular statement in his section on international cooperation caught my eye. And he says, developed countries listed in Annex 1 of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and lending entities should consider exchanging their historical carbon debt for debts incurred by low-income countries for development projects. Historical carbon debt would justify canceling debts
that will only keep low-income countries impoverished. I found this a very interesting idea that that existing debts of countries in the least developed world or even in developing countries, there is a normative basis for canceling those or even reducing those by taking into account the historical carbon debts of the developed countries. So I'll conclude with that. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So I think I am very privileged to have come after the two speakers because they've pretty much covered most of what I wanted as the background of what I'm going to discuss. And also borrowing from the earlier presentation and borrowing Jason's piece, as well as the piece that Professor Dasso added on policy space, of course. And just looking at Africa in particular and the climate finance trends as we see them to date. And as Professor Mihira has just mentioned, within the SDGs, within Agenda 23, financing is definitely one of the key issues when it comes to climate change, because there's no way to operate or to operationalize the goals without the funding. And it's interesting to see, at least for me, and I'll just start with my conclusion before I go ahead, is that if the question that Professor Dasso raised about being able to reach the climate goals we have as a continent within the paradigm, the economic paradigm that we have, the development paradigm that we have, and if that's actually possible. And I'll just give you a picture with a few figures, you know, just what's happening right now to show you. So first of all, we know that Africa is the least climate resilient region in the world. It's the second most vulnerable after South Asia only, but it also is the least prepared when it comes to resilience. And what does that mean when you see the numbers? So just the need versus the gap in financing. So according to the African Development Bank, between 2020 to 2030, the continent will need about 127 billion annually, right? But going by the numbers that we have to date, it receives, there's a gap, of 108 billion. So that means essentially the continent is receiving only 20 billion, has 20 billion for climate finance currently. And even with commitments to double this financing, recent commitments to double, you know, to move away from the 100 billion pledge and double it, that means we'd have 40 billion annually out of 127 billion, that's the requirement. And so the question is, where is this funding coming from and what are the dynamics around the funding currently? We've had the discussion around what Africa contributes to this vis-a-vis the effects. So the continent contributes the least, but faces the effects the most. And the data on finance shows there's actually a skewed allocation of climate finance on the continent, both globally, but also on the continent. And this brings in the question I asked about inequality of nations when we look at the African Free Continental Trade Area. But first, globally, most of the climate finance, of course, the least amount of the climate finance pie is in Africa. Majority of the financing for climate goes to mitigation rather than adaptation. And yet we know that Africa has a high need for adaptation finance, but also loss and damage, right? But even within the continent, and this is, I found to be very interesting, the more resilient countries that are less vulnerable to climate shocks receive much more climate finance than the less resilient countries that are more vulnerable to climate shocks. And just to give you some figures to show that disparity, the more resilient countries are receiving around $11 per capita, while the least resilient countries receive around $2.2 per capita. So you see that disparity, and shows that much of the financing, even on the continent, is going to countries which are better prepared for their resilience than those that are not.
So that's the first. And the second, the countries that have high debt burdens and are struggling with high debt happen to also be the countries that are also among the most vulnerable to climate. So we have Mozambique, for instance, we have South Sudan, we have Chad that is in debt distress, right? And so this then leads to who are the actors involved and what is the power play when it comes to climate finance. And that leads to the second question where we talked about the proliferation of actors in the development space. We've had the push for, having the private sector as a key player to fill the gap for SDG financing. And it's good that we've actually just discussed the SDGs. So with the increased financialization, like Jason mentioned in his presentation, we know that the goal for much of private finance is profit. And so it makes sense that actually Africa will be considered less attractive. Most countries are not considered attractive to investors because at the end of the day, they want a profit. So if we have an increased push for the private sector to take part in financing private climate finance, and this is as recent as this week, the IMF managing director actually published something on the public sector catalyzing the private climate finance. And her argument was we need to continue de-risking, the argument. So de-risk, remove financial barriers, remove regulatory barriers, financial barriers by incentivizing the private sector. Whereas yet we are also then looking at a trend of financialization and increasing role of private capital in climate and climate governance. And what that then, we have a situation where we have the public side, instead of taking an active role in directing capital towards their goals. We've talked about self-determination, you design your climate policy, you design your climate plan, but we are pushing, for more private involved sectors. Yet we know that the public side currently is not, we have issues around regulation, that's one. But even within the climate governance space, the issues of greenwashing, how do we measure the impact of these saved, labeled loans and grants that come for climate? If it's very simple, I would assume if I was a finance person in this SDG space where all you have to do is label your product as an SDG, as aligned to SDGs, that as soon as I get the income, who is monitoring to see that it's actually then meeting the goals that you got the financing for? And yet we are calling for more public finance to be put in this space, right? So that's definitely a challenge with the current model, back to the paradigm, the development paradigm that we are in. And then most interestingly, back also to the profit, is the nexus between debt and climate. Currently, 2/3 of climate finance on the African continent is actually through debt instruments. And so what this means when we speak of debt instruments, we're speaking about loans and debt relief. And interestingly, of that amount, only 0.1% is debt relief, which means the majority of it is loan financing. And so if we are talking about cooperation and responsibility when it comes to creating the climate crisis, we see that again, power, profit comes into play, because this is mostly non-concessional finance that's going to have to be repaid. And so the question of cooperation with regard to climate finance, if again, it's the countries that are bearing the most burden that have to then get financing that will be paid by generations, and yet we know that in the climate vulnerability is just worsening. So the debt crisis is worsening, the climate crisis is conjoined in there. And so that just serves to show, again, answer the question, the paradigm that we have in place, is it if we continue with the profit maximization model and pushing for increased private sector participation within the climate governance space, what does that look like, and what are the implications of that for the continent going ahead? Especially because we know many African countries are trying to move away from the bracket of least developed countries, move away from being the World Bank classification, either moving to middle income status. What that means is then there's less concessional finance for those countries and more trying to get more market access. But at the same time, we know that the countries which are more vulnerable to climate, this feeds into their sovereign risk and will therefore affect their borrowing. The interest rates are going to definitely be increasing. And there's a study that was done on this that shows that the cost of borrowing is higher for countries that have that are more vulnerable to climate. So essentially, we know this is now. In 10 years to come, it's probably going to be worse, which means the debt, also the cost of borrowing is going to be much higher. And so it's not just most of the literature that we'll have will talk about the economic and social impact of climate change, but then it's also now feeding into the fiscal governance of countries, you know? And so that's just to just bring forth some of the trends that show that even in our discussion around climate, we're seeing the same thing. Yesterday, we talked about social services, and we talked about debt earlier. We are now talking about climate, and it's just the same issues that keep recurring. You know, we're talking about the issue of power, the issue of policy space. You know, if we are continuing to push for an increased role of private funding, especially capital in the climate space, you know, what does this mean to when you think about policy space? Because if the IMF is the one that's pushing for it, it would be very interesting to see when they're at a country level having discussions and they're asking countries to show in their policy, of course. So it's going to have an impact on policy space of countries in governing, in their own climate governance, if private actors are being given a much bigger role and states are being asked to de-risk private capital. And so I'll just conclude by, I think, just bringing the linkage with the right to development. I feel the right to development is very instrumental. It brings forth, it covers the issue of self-determination, you know, when it comes to climate policy, when it comes to being able to determine your own plans as a continent, definitely, but also recognition of vulnerable groups and whether climate finance actually trickles down to the people that need it the most, you know. So it's all good and to have the big numbers at the continent level, but how much of that actually goes down to women, for instance, who are involved in farming and who are facing food insecurity as a result of climate change. And those are some of the issues that the right to development brings. My pessimism, and I'd want to hear your thoughts on this, Professor, are the fact that the climate justice movement has argued that international law has failed them, as we've seen with the Paris Agreement and all the different climate instruments we've had. And so what meat do we get, what flesh do we get from the convention, from the new convention, if we do have it on the right to development, that it adds that the other instruments in international law have not been able to, especially for the issues around climate, the climate movement and some of the things that I have raised. So I'll just stop there and get some questions from the audience. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we think we open have any questions both for participants online and also the physical team here. So any questions directed at yes, we have one. We'll take a number of questions and then you can respond, and then we'll also take questions from online participants. Yes.
Earlier in the week, there was an announcement made that Seriti, who is a coal mining company, is buying Windlab, which is a renewable energy company. It's a $55 million transaction just in South Africa. So when you were talking about private actors and responsibility, then you have a company that is buying a renewable company, so it's coal versus renewable. And it's being thrown over the bar of this is not diversification of our business. But in actual fact, the renewable company would only contribute 0.0004% of their energy needs. So for as much as we are looking at countries and states and those from the government, I'm sitting in this whole thing to say, it actually kind of sounds like we want to slow down the renewable business side, which is falling over and having a nice big offer, to push your coal, which is your greatest income. And I think that's also the dilemma that we're struggling here in terms of capitalism versus what we would call social justice. So just a comment on that.
Okay. Any other question? Yes, Alana, question?
Yes, I'm wondering if the solution is absolutely, if the other is screwed, because at the height of the pandemic, people are that, because absolutely. And some of the people are vaccines and after the how much more of that? Or,
It's difficult to hear you.
sorry, I just say if the solution is absolutely, then I don't see how we're not screwed, because we've already shown that as a world, we kind of have to, even in the midst of a pandemic, actually, maybe we have working us up. And maybe when we think about it, I'm trying to think through how this works. There's a couple of times aside about that's what I was saying that it's always been clear to us as Africans in particular, no one is here, no one is coming. And now with climate change, we see it, and I see everyone either doing some sort of PR or doing something just not really the main stuff. And I'm trying to figure out, and that's where I get the limitation of using the law, because there is a question of power. And the law only goes so far because it also will get operationalized in this very called balance of power. I'm trying to think through one way they just to hear the last question about what in this shutdown development would assist those of us striving human values. But how do we move this conversation to address the fact that we have a equal balance of power? Well, that's where we should be thinking to find a solution. And understand. And the reality is right now when we start talking about climate, we might point to the Ministry of Finance and go like, oh, climate convention bonds. When we proposed the climate last year, everyone laughing until then I was like, let's think about it. And then, oh, it's interesting. And then even the first step is what they monitor it. So what if everything is really controlled by the people that have money?
Okay, yes. Go.
Probably a follow-up question to that question. But, and so taking the entry point of the right to development as a kind of providing arguably leverage to address questions that arise in the context of climate change and how we attribute responsibility. So I take the point that accepting collective responsibility is key at the level of principle, but then when it comes to operationalization, I wonder whether there's any thinking within the work also on the right to development, how to do that exactly. So it's about allocation and distribution of responsibility there, and I know we have that idea of differentiated responsibility, but how exactly do you differentiate? And one of the issues I'm struggling with is how helpful or not our traditional categories are in terms of developing and developed or least developed and so on. And so I see some of the advantages, and I know also how it's being used, certainly initially in the framework convention on climate change, but I'm also under the impression that certainly some countries want to move away from it, but so what is left for that allocation of differentiated responsibility? And it's a very open question, right? But it's the kind of question I'm struggling with. So any answer I think will be helpful. Thank you.
We responded a lot to the other so maybe we can begin. So I will begin with your question, to me. It's not difficult to be pessimistic about international law and its impact at the national and local levels. But from my experience, the problem is not that solutions are not found or problems exist despite international law. I wouldn't say, because your question was international law doesn't work, right? What would something more do it? My response to that is that the problems are not despite international law. A lot of the problems are because of international law as it stands. right? There are conceptual, ideological, normative problems with the current human rights frameworks, which in the dominant perspective, deprioritize collective rights and focus on individuality, deprioritize duties of non-state actors, and deprioritize collective obligations. Right? That is only the obligation of the state internal. We don't have obligations to you. We don't have any collective obligations. This is the dominant thing. This is exactly what the right to development seeks to challenge, right? So right to development comes in as a normative solution to the normative problem that already exists in a dominant vision of what international law should be. That dominant vision, as we have discussed, is a vision that was set forth at the end of World War II, when none of the African countries existed as independent countries. Right? Even India became independent in 1947. So how the World Bank is structured, how the IMF is structured, how the United Nations itself is structured, how the GATT regime, which preceded the WTO, is structured, is all based on the interests of countries that didn't exist, right? So it's not surprising then that when decolonization process was in full swing and many countries in Africa became independent, it's not surprising then that the whole idea of right to development as a normative solution to the problems they faced, including being born into debt, right, came about. And for a long time, the right to development has been only talked about. There's been a lot of rhetorical discussions around it, but has not been converted into a legally binding instrument. And this I want to tie with the question of the value of laws as such. What is the value of laws? Would this really make a difference when the problems lie with power? Right? And this is a question legal theorists have been dabbling with for a long time, because even with, for instance, laws prohibiting use of force, we've seen a very blatant violation of that by the Russian Federation. Right? We've seen in the past by the United States as well. So and Europe, in terms of NATO, there have been rampant violations of the prohibition of use of force historically since 1945, when the Charter was adopted. And many have asked, what's the value of the law prohibiting use of force if it's going to be violated again and again by the powerful countries, right? And there are many ways of answering this, but the one that I think makes a lot of sense is something that Rosalind Higgins, who's a judge of the ICJ, she wrote in a book in 1994, International Law Problems and Processes or something like that. And she gave the domestic analogy. She said, look, in all our countries, we have laws that prohibit murder. Yet homicides take place. Doesn't mean that the law prohibiting murder is useless. So there's something else about the normative value of a law and the effectiveness of that in terms of implementation, right? So what the treaty would do is normatively codify a principle of extraterritorial obligations, duty to cooperate, which doesn't exist in hard laws, right? It's there in the UN Charter, but it's not interpreted in the context of right to development as such. So that is the massive shift which would happen, which also means that when implementation takes place of development projects, development aid, loans, they would need to be tested. They would need to be scrutinized on the touchstone of the normative principles of right to development, which don't exist. A couple of, I think it was a while ago, a month and a half ago, the high-level political forum took place at the General Assembly, and I spoke on behalf of the expert mechanism on the right to development. And the debate was vaccine nationalism. Right? I mean, it was about vaccine nationalism that many of the developed countries engaged in, which was many things, but some basic facts were preferential agreements with vaccine producers, stockpiling of vaccines and not releasing them, and if that continues even today. Millions of vaccines are simply expiring in developed countries even today, because they're being stockpiled for booster shots and not being utilized. Whereas on the African continent, only 19% of the adult population is fully vaccinated. So you have the entire COVAX facility of the World Health Organization was deprioritized. It suffered a lot because of the vaccine nationalization. And only after 2 years now, when there is surplus vaccines, these are being donated to the poor countries. Now, at the same time, the waivers of the TRIPS agreement and the WTO were blocked, right? It only had a watered down version. Now, this is a very telling story about the lack of a normative framework on international cooperation, right? What we have to is charity. Vaccines being donated after 2 years, it's a charity. What does right to development require? It requires that rights holders are empowered, that they have the right to determine their priorities and have the ability to realize those abilities. If the waivers on the TRIPS agreement had been accepted at the right time, if debt relief had been given at the right time, a lot of the problems would have been better handled on the continent, right? Now, I say this because I made that point at the high-level political forum. In my statement, I said, let's not be hesitant about saying that the developed countries violated their international legal obligations, particularly the duty to cooperate. And there was an extended applause, which surprised me. There was an extended applause from the developing countries and the civil society organizations. Why is there such a hesitancy in saying that developed countries are violating human rights? Not at an individual level, at a humongous level, right? There's a tremendous amount of hesitation. That narrative needs to change. That narrative would change because of the draft convention. One final point I'll make about 2 points before I hand it over to you. About the corporations. I think that's a very important point that you've raised. I'll let you answer that in a more comprehensive manner, except to point out that even within the Paris Climate Agreement or the UN Framework Convention, the solutions to climate change are predominantly market-based. We have carbon credits, they're predominantly market-based. So capitalism is in fact presented, mainstreamed, rationalized within the climate change agreements as the solution to climate change. Right? So there is some fundamental shift that needs to happen in terms of what are the solutions, and I think Solomon did a great job in identifying where the responsibilities lie. That brings me to the final question, which is about the collective responsibilities and how do we share that. I think the duty to cooperate and collective responsibilities in the context of climate change, also in the context of right to development, needs to be and has been, I think, infused with the important principle of common but differentiated responsibility. Collective responsibility doesn't obviously mean that everyone shares equal responsibility. Right? So I think when we talk about collective responsibility in the context of climate change, that must be infused with the idea of common but differentiated responsibility, which brings us to the next question. That do we have all developing countries labeled with the same brush, painted with the same brush, such that India and China don't, or Brazil doesn't have more responsibility than the other developing countries? Or within these developed countries, how do we categorize them? Now, it's been a problem of for years now in terms of these labels, but technically the UN Committee on what is it, CED, economic development, they are the ones that manage the list of least developed countries. There's a scientific basis for that, which includes income criteria, vulnerability criteria, health, education, mortality. And based on that, you can graduate into that LDC category or graduate out. Currently, there are 48 countries in that list, which is exactly the list that the World Bank adopts and the World Trade Organization. With relation to developed and developing countries, strangely, there is no such scientific basis. It's all based on self-labeling. So developed countries rightly in my view, call themselves developed countries. It would be most of them at least, and these are you can count them on the hand. So these are US, Canada, United Kingdom, the European Union countries, Japan, Australia, New Zealand. That's it. Yeah. So these are the developed countries, and the rest are developing countries. There are certain anomalies in this labeling because of the problem of self-identification. So Singapore, South Korea, Hong Kong, even at the WTO, call themselves developing countries. I don't think they should be called developing countries by any stretch. That shouldn't be allowed. In the same way, my personal belief has been that China should no more be called a developing country. Its Gini coefficient is better than the United States. So I don't think China should be called anymore a developing country. There has to be a discussion on this. And there is, again, it's a question of who's going to say it, right? Which developing country is going to say that you're no more a developing country, you're a developed country, China. But that needs to be said. Because frankly speaking, China, for instance, look at the official policy, much in the same way as North-South cooperation presents its Belt and Road Initiative as South-South cooperation. I don't think China is a country of the global South. It shouldn't be called South-South cooperation, much less for, and I would say more so, for the reason that it follows exactly the same policies followed by the North-South cooperation in infrastructure development, same conditionalities, plus one more, which is that we won't create local employment either because they will be Chinese workers, right? So it's essentially the same problem. So I don't think China should be called there. There are other countries which are fence-sitters. India shouldn't be a developed country. It's far away from that. India alone has more number of hungry and malnutrition people than entire Sub-Saharan combined. Right? So there's no way you could call India a developed country. It's far from that. Brazil is a fence-sitter. Brazil does actually something very interesting at the WTO. It does not take the benefit of developing countries. Although it identifies itself, it doesn't accept the larger transition times. It doesn't take the benefits of the flexibilities that we are entitled on many of those aspects. But it is a problem. In terms of climate change, yes, I entirely agree that the larger emitters within developing countries, China, India, Brazil, Mexico, Turkey, Indonesia, even Pakistan ought to have more responsibilities than the other developing countries. But states haven't yet come to that magic formula of what would be the higher responsibilities for developed countries and the more advanced developing countries and the others. And I suspect that it might not be anytime soon.
All right, thank you. So I think first, before I even answer the question, I would go to the discussion around the SDGs. I think there was a point that was mentioned about a company that was bought, a renewable energy company, and now there's barely, any movement or continuing what the original company's purpose was, And I think going back to the SDGs and the push, I repeat, for having a partnership between the public sector and capital. And what that has led to is this adoption of language, and I think this cuts across. I'll admit, even in civil society, there will be SDGs and you're using it, for funding, it's for financing. And I feel like it is then also being shown when it comes to also capital. It makes sense. There is a lot of money to be made right now in being in the climate space. The impact investment space is growing, There's a lot of push for companies to identify themselves as part of the development discussion, the proliferation of actors like I mentioned earlier today, but also yesterday. And what we have seen from that is when it comes to measurement of impact, like I discussed before, there's no global recognized metric that's being used, you know? And so it goes down to who is actually regulating or what the accountability. All that seems to be within the scope of the financial sector that is leading in this space, you know, and so we're bound to see cases like that where, you know, you get all these companies that look attractive to be able to tap into the global climate finance that's out there. Because if we have even the big institutions, the multilateral institutions calling for the government to de-risk private finance, hey, join the pool and enjoy, you know, get with the program. And that's definitely a problem in the climate governance space, but also the climate finance space that going forward. And I think that also partly answers the question. And then the other issue is, I think also Professor Miri raised it when he spoke about development assistance. You know, it's not charity when you look at it from the common but differentiated responsibilities angle. And yet beyond even the financing, looking at the issue of like climate displacement, I think some literature has shown that some of the responses have been national security responses, you know, so close your borders. These are uncivilized people who are coming into your continents, I mean, into your countries. So, you know, and that's part of that. We've seen this with very many countries. We've seen this with also if we're going to the refugee law space. But then also very key is the humanitarian angle. And it has always felt like, even in the discussions with the 100 billion, it's like when you go into the climate space, the COP, it's understood there because there's a, you know, it's in international environmental law that it's common but differentiated responsibility. So when you're negotiating on the table, it can, the agreement, the position is that you have more capacity, you contributed more, so you pay more. But when we come out to this space, that's not the COP where the rest of us are not part of, it's portrayed as assistance, development assistance, charity, you know, so you're not going to have, there's no way of holding countries accountable, one, but also there's no way of saying, some of them will argue that their ODA partly goes to climate, and you can't, you know, we're saying, wait a minute, wait, when we discussed at COP, that was a different arrangement from your ODA. So your ODA goes to a whole other space. It shouldn't be merged with what we feel are responsibilities. And so I just thought it would be important to clarify some of the responses that have come out, some of the responses from developed countries when it came to climate change. And then I'm just testing again, throwing it because we have to talk about how does this discussion move us forward. And I'm also putting it out there just as a way of testing and merging other spaces and other interventions that are going on. So there's a binding treaty on business and human rights that's in the works, and there's a lot of negotiation going there. And I just want to know, beyond us beyond funding and getting all these funding pledges from countries because of it's a responsibility, how do we stretch this to also private actors within their domain, regulating private capital, essentially? Is it possible? Is that a discussion that we can actually also push for? Because I feel like when we see and we talk about, before we even have the treaty in place, and the way that climate finance has been labeled as either development assistance or it's coming in loan form, we have an increased role and increased participation of private capital in a climate governance space. We could say it's a public good, you know. We have the impact that people are facing on the ground, and we know that majority of adaptation funding that's needed is needed on the continent and the people who are most affected by climate. But then, similar to the debt space, there's barely any regulation being able to hold private actors to account within that space. So I'm just wondering, beyond the requirement of asking states to contribute financing to solve the problem, duty to cooperate, can we extend this duty to also cover regulation of private actors, regulation of private capital that's involved in the climate governance space?
That's a great question. And I just want to throw two additional points back, because there's a roundtable and maybe everyone can also contribute with their ideas, as we did yesterday in the roundtable. Just a couple of points. I entirely agree with the observation that a lot of climate change financing is rebranded as ODA, falls within ODA, and as loans. It's very interesting that the official definition of ODA, official development assistance, by the DAC development assistance countries of the OECD, began in the 1960s. It only requires 25% of the, it basically says 25% of the ODA should be granted, which means that as long as 75% is loan, it can be an ODA. Now, in practice, that's how it happens, right? Now, so let's take the example of adaptation. Let's take a country called Arcadia, right? So Arcadia is a developed country which comes to a developing country or least developed country. It says you have the problem of climate change, you are getting submerged. Here is the green technology that we are going to give to you under official development assistance. Right? Now, conditionality of that obviously would be that the technology would be supplied and provided by a company from that country, from Arcadia. So what's happening? The Arcadian taxpayers' money is going through a long circuitous mechanism, coming back to the pocket of the Arcadian company. But at the same time, I still have to repay back that loan with interest. Right? So this is the major problem that arises in terms of climate change financing presented as well.
Yeah.
Any questions, Chairman? Any other from the room before we ask the online? Okay, two questions, Chairman.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for both of you for the presentations. I just have a question which is involving understanding the issue of the transition that so there's a word that as developed countries begin to transition more rapidly than developing countries, particularly those in Africa. Africa becomes the country that for that transition because now we look at the transition from fossil fuel cars to electric cars. And the question is, Africa is still extracting oil, still using gas and all that. And all the new cars are being produced rapid ship down the side. So even though we are being made to make commitments under the UNFCCC,
So don't you think this is like one of the priority points that we need to think about?
So I agree with you entirely. And I'll just say two things. One, when it comes to participation, and then traditional knowledge. I think like Professor Mihir mentioned, is the centrality of participation when it comes to the right to development. And also at a national level, I think this is key, especially in designing of national policies, climate, as well as plans and strategies. I know that at a national level, we, at least I have been part of interventions where, you know, you're inquiring on the nature of participation, and that's a whole other separate discussion. Do we have a requirement for it? I'm sure several African governments will have in their participation the right to take part in civic processes, in their development plans, the right to participate, but how that is actually done. And I think there've been some interesting cases with the African Commission on participation and seeking consent of free the ethic of indigenous communities. And I think this is a national level, a good national level concern, because most of the discussion we've had around climate finance, and I hope that we don't take away from the responsibilities, the primary responsibilities of the state, because very much when we're in these discussions, it can very easily go into the responsibility of developed countries, but also at a very primary level, I think it's common but differentiated responsibility. So we all have a common responsibility to address climate, and at a national level, I think that's definitely one of the key issues. Thinking about participation in processes, climate processes for vulnerable groups, marginalized groups is very important, and that's something for monitoring at a national level, definitely. On the question of traditional knowledge, I agree with you, and again, part of participation process, I believe, should not be just informing, you know, hey, there's going to be a climate project around here, but also drawing from and incorporating some of that knowledge in planning, you know. So again, I think at a national level, this is a primary responsibility of states to be able to do that, to be able to engage with communities, all communities, and to be able to respond. First of all, respond when there's climate crisis that affect them, although that's a whole other, the financial responsibility that we've just been discussing, but then at least at the bare minimum to have plans and policy strategies in place to be able to do that with a bottom-up approach instead of the up-bottom like we talked about. Yeah, that's what I can say with that.
And I'll just add on the traditional knowledge question. The participation question was wonderfully answered, so nothing more to add from my end. On traditional knowledge, it is very important that using traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples to resolve our climate change problems does not result in usurpation of that traditional knowledge. There has to be an understanding that we are benefiting from that traditional knowledge, and therefore there needs to be benefit sharing of the knowledge that we use from them, borrowing from them for the problems that we create. There is international legal framework for that, at least in one context, which is the Nagoya Protocol to the Convention on Biological Diversity. And this protocol is about benefit sharing for traditional knowledge, but it's limited to biodiversity. Biodiversity is not the entire range of traditional knowledge. Right? I mean, there's a lot more to that, but it's limited to this. There is a whole negotiation ongoing at the World Intellectual Property Organization on a legally binding instrument on traditional knowledge. But it's broader than that also, because it includes traditional cultural expressions, folklore, genetic resources. So it's broader than that. But there's a negotiation ongoing on that. And that's the main point that I've had, that, you know, there have been many instances where traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples have been usurped, let's say by pharmaceutical companies, without obtaining pre-prior informed consent, FPIC, as was mentioned, without any benefit sharing. There has to be extreme caution exercised, even in the context of climate change, when we use or borrow traditional knowledge from communities.
Yeah, okay, maybe on that concept first. Okay. So I wanted to again, if it's repetitive, then maybe you don't need to answer this, but I just wanted to bring back the points on just transition and right to development. That many have argued that it requires continuing to function in the way that we're functioning because it would further a very conservative view of economic development. And I've been reading the work of Usha Natarajan recently, who argues that there's some, so she's using the words global south and global north instead of developing and developed in that article. And she's saying there is some global north in the global south and global south in the global north, that the divisions are not so easy to make. For example, she gives Canada, where there's indigenous groups struggling for decades, and then there are elites, socioeconomic elites in developing countries or in the global south. And also in case of intellectual property, there's IP elites making these decisions on behalf of everybody else, and states making decisions that do not take into account traditional knowledge, for example. And then she also argues that in that sense, human rights cannot be redeemed because it does not include collective rights and cannot sufficiently envelop collective rights. So that's why I wanted to ask, to what extent, if I think of environmental justice and just transition, and to what extent do you think the right to development can envelop distributed justice? And also if you think about climate change and everything else.
No.
Yes, no, okay.
So there are two parts to this. So first is the question of whether there's a global south in the north and a north in the global south, and whether there's a south in the global north. Yeah, I have had the occasion to speak with Usha on this point, along with a colleague from the Right to Development section, Shami Singh, because we have been part of the international solidarity process that's ongoing. There's a new process for redrafting the draft declaration on international solidarity and human rights, and part of that, that advisory group of the special rapporteur, independent experts. And interestingly, there was a very interesting discussion on this, right? Because the way Usha has used that concept is, it makes sense. The idea is to say that there are vulnerable groups in the global north also. They're not all developed. There are massive inequities within developed countries also. There are certain communities which are marginalized, vulnerable. And within the global south also, there are certain elites, right? Who are the haves, and then there are the others who are the have-nots. So I think that's the basic idea. And that's the reason she used that metaphor. On the other hand, the other argument that my other colleague Shami was making is that no, don't use that, don't go down that road. Because the terms global south and global north emerged in a particular historical context of divisions between the countries, inequities and inequalities between countries. Okay, it is important to use that. For instance, you and many others, I'm sure, are aware of the third world approaches to international law, right? And Twain scholars consciously call themselves third world, right? There's a particular significance behind that term. Which now, if we say that, well, there is a first world within the third world, see what happens there, right? It somehow derails the importance that was attached to the terms when they were employed, right? So that's the reason I understand that, but I personally also believe that global south and global north need to be understood from a historical perspective and from a neo-colonial perspective that's ongoing even today. Okay? Now, the question of just transition and whether the right to development can bring in elements of distributed justice, I think that's inherent in the right to develop. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the very description of development in the declaration, but also the convention, it talks about development being a process and an outcome that It's about well-being of all individuals and peoples on the basis of their participation. And then it goes on to say, and in the fair distribution of benefits resulting therefrom. Right? So right to development essentially is founded on the idea of distributive justice, on the idea of equity. But having said that, like any other human right, right to development is a norm. It needs legs to stand on, it needs institutional legs to stand on, it needs policy legs to stand on, and to be implemented. It's not self-executing process like any other human. You need governments to work, you need policies to be made, you need businesses to respect that, you need international organizations to not only respect but promote that. So that's where the operational dimensions of right to development come. Right? That's why we talk about the norm of the right to development, but we also equally talk about operationalizing the right to development. That's the significance of this term. It's a very interesting term, important term, which has constantly been used by the Global South in their various resolutions that they, particularly under the non-aligned movement. That's the body that they organize themselves under at the UN. And they constantly, every time, talk about operationalizing the right to development. Because as I explained on Monday, when the declaration came about, only one country opposed it, that was the US. 8 countries abstained. But since then, the right to development has been unanimously reaffirmed in many declarations and resolutions, including by the United States. You see that in the Paris Climate Agreement, it's a legally binding instrument. And we also saw that, by the way, in the recent resolution adopted earlier this year, a few months ago, on the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. There also the right to development has been reaffirmed, right? Unanimous, almost unanimous. But at least that includes the European countries, US and that's the reason why these countries keep on saying that there's enough reaffirmation of the right to development as a norm. The problem lies in its operationalization. That's why the significance of this term.
Thank you, Prof.
No.
Okay. On that note, if you have any final words.
Just words of appreciation and gratitude to all of you for organizing this wonderful conference and training, and also these roundtables. So thank you all. Thank you very much to the team of the Center for Human Rights. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. We will make a break. Check break.
Yeah, like I mentioned in the beginning, we're trying to finalize our sessions before lunch.
Yes.
So that after lunch, we'll be able to do the closed strategy discussion that we really wanted to do without holding online. So let's take a 15-minute break, come back with the final session, and then we'll try to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You want to switch? Yeah.
So we have this.
All right, welcome back from the tea break. So yes, we are at the finish line. Yeah. Finish line. So, you know, at this point, like at this point, it can't go wrong. So.
All that I can say is you decided to put me in the last panel, so.
So we are. And we're going to deal with it. And I know I had a conversation with around IFS for the course, but also saying that we could also have a conversation around it, but also bringing justice network Africa and the work they bring around tax justice, but also IFS and the legal strength involvement. So after you will set the stage and also direct conversations with Chennai and this. But also we, at the center, we did work on a report on the role of the African Development Bank, the recovery process of response to COVID, but also looking at the different funding, development funding and grants that were given to individual states, but also regions, and how that was utilized by states, but also the effectiveness of some of them in addressing socio-economic issues that were a result of COVID, but also and looking at private entities that also receive money from the FDB and what that was. That's a good report that we'll be able to discuss at a different forum because it requires, the report itself requires probably a day for people to interrogate it, but also share it. But what we'll have is that the consultant that helped us with that will give an overview bit for people to build, but also the data state wants to share and organize them and be able to interrogate and comment on news as a way of understanding better. And also looking at policy of this around that. So after I hand the floor to you, have my conversation with Chennai, and then later on, you will be able to link with Dr. Maria, who's online, take us to that brief report. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, everybody. This roundtable is very awkward for me. Already I'm short, and here you put me down because I'm almost on the ground. I might as well have a meditation cushion and just start, because I'm almost at the same height as my meditation cushion. All I need is my, altar, and there we go. So earlier on in the session, Jason talked about purpose-driven change or purpose-driven something. Purpose-driven? Purpose-driven processes. Purpose-driven processes. So that's actually perfect then. So I decided to take a leaf out of that in terms of preparation for this session and try to figure out what is the purpose of this dialogue. And I don't know if you would be okay with me kind of standing and walking around and talking, because I've got a bit of a itchy feet.
Does she need the mic?
Oh,
For
you
the
need the
online
mic?
guys, yeah. Maybe you can walk around
Yeah,
with the mic.
I'll
You can
just walk
carry
around
it.
the mic. I'll just walk around. Okay. You see, I'm a bit uncomfortable with this. So the purpose that Arnold shared was that around the table, around the round tables that we have here, plural, are partners of the Center for Human Rights. Development partners, institutional partners, there's some universities, some organizations that are here, right? And we have dealt with illicit financial flows in many, many different contexts so far. And the purpose of these roundtables, I understand, are linked to the evaluation as well of the center from last year, focusing on climate change and all of that is part of the new kind of areas that the center would like to focus on. So what is the purpose of this session? The purpose that I understand is to begin a discussion with the center and all of you as partners of the center as to what is it that we can do strategically and tangibly going forward on this issue of illicit financial flows. That's this dialogue. The previous dialogue was climate change, and the previous dialogue was the free trade area, right? So what we decided actually is to look at it this way, to give you an idea as to the institutional, what are the institutional structures and systems in place that actually prop up illicit financial flows. We assume that you already know illicit financial flows is a problem on this continent, right? I don't think anyone is thinking, what is illicit financial flows? What is she talking about? In maybe 2 or 3 sentences, I will just recap what it is so that we on the same page. But the way in which we are going to engage in this conversation with you, so it's not just us talking to each other, it's actually a conversation with you, is to first look at what are the systems, institutional systems that are in place at a domestic, regional, Africa regional, and international level that prop up illicit financial flows. And then what is actually being done about it? And where's our skill set? Where do we need to skill ourselves up to then actually address this? So it's almost like a gap analysis, right? Understanding the problem, which is illicit financial flows, from a human rights perspective, understanding who is doing what in that field, and how effective that is as well to some degree, where the gap lies, where our strengths lie, where we can skill up, and how we're actually going to do something about it. Is that okay for everyone? Is there anything else that you would like us to any other question that you would like us to address before we actually start? From the center, Arnold, France? Anything particular? Is that okay? Okay. So illicit financial flows. People always ask me, how is it that I came to be doing this? And I'm not going to tell the whole long story. I'm just going to say this much, that I worked previously around access to the international and regional human rights mechanisms for people living with HIV, right? And then when you realize that people living with HIV are dependent on the Global Fund for medication, Global Fund the funding of the global fund is reducing, where are we going to get medicines from? And you're sitting, we were talking about Afro-pessimism and everything, and we're sitting in a circumstance in 2011, 2012, where the pessimism around just medication for people living with HIV, they've been on ARVs for a long time, what's going to happen? And then I come across this report, Bringing the Billions Back, where I then realize that we in Africa lose more money through illicit financial flows than we receive in aid, investment, and loans combined, and that actually it's not corruption. Corruption is a small percentage of the amount that we lose. Money laundering as well, a small percentage, relatively speaking. It's actually through commercial transactions, price manipulation of goods and services, use of tax havens, use of tools like transfer pricing, technical things, right? Technical economic tools that are being used, okay? Transfer pricing can be a good thing, but an ordinary commercial transaction, I mean, if I am just manufacturing these bottles, right? And I have to buy this lid from another company. At some point when my business is doing really well, I'm going to try to buy off the company that actually supplies me with this lid so that I consolidate and expand in a sense, right? So that I don't depend on some other supplier for an essential part of my product, okay? Car manufacturing companies, a range of different kinds of companies would do this sort of thing normally. Where the problem, so now the parent company that owns this water bottle has to buy the cup, the lid from that company that we already bought off, okay? So it's a related party transaction. Where the problem comes in is when the prices are being manipulated. And it's actually not a simple thing like there's a real lid and there's a real bottle. There's just companies set up everywhere and transactions being recorded in different places simply to reduce the tax burden to almost nothing. So you don't pay tax anyway. You manipulate the price based on the tax rules and other rules so that in high tax jurisdictions, you show a low profit, and in low tax jurisdictions, you show a high profit. And so there's a whole industry of lawyers, accountants, bankers, and other what they call enablers or facilitators that have been established to actually study all these rules and all these different systems. And they then design these schemes for their big multinational clients, okay? Remember, I started by saying, this is just one complexity of illicit financial flows. There are many other systems that have been put into place to facilitate the flow of money out of Africa. Africa doesn't lose the most. Chenna is going to talk more about this, so I won't go into the scope and how much we lose and everything, right? But I would just say this. I was going to talk about domestic, regional, and international systems, okay? At a domestic level, what is it that we have in each one of our countries that make the system actually function? What do we have? We have a set of tax rules, right? Our tax rules either make the system work or create barriers in a system like this, okay? We also have banking and incorporation of companies, legal entities that can either facilitate this kind of system or it can contain the system. Why do I say that? If you have a system of company registration that promotes secrecy, right? then you can actually do quite a lot of, not just this transfer pricing story that I described earlier on. There are a range of other things that can be done. If the country doesn't have a system where the actual beneficial owners of companies need to be disclosed. Beneficial owner means the ultimate natural person that actually is behind the legal entity like a company, okay? Trade and these commercial activities don't only take place in a legal entity like a company. They also use institutions called trusts, which is actually a very really important mechanism. There's a lot of people around the table here, I think, are academics. Around the many tables are academics. So there's a really interesting book called Coding Capital, which talks about the different types of legal instruments that have been used over the years to basically prop up the system of capitalism, but to prop up all these different systems that then create problems of illicit financial flows. And in that book, you will read about the history, how the system of trusts actually evolved. The system was actually created for this purpose. It is truly fit for this purpose of hiding wealth from so very rich people have used the system of trust from the medieval days to basically hide their money from people that they owe money to. I'm deliberately not using debtor creditor language because I don't think there are many accountants here. So they use these systems to hide their money from people that they owe money to, right? Those people could be external people like other business partners or business colleagues. Those people could also be wives and spouses and, people like that, right? Related parties in that sense. So they use these trusts. Sometimes there's a story about, okay, time constraints, right? There's a really interesting story during a break, was at some point around the Templar Knights of the medieval time. Anyway, it's in that book. You can read it, and if you're interested in it, we'll talk about it. The role of the Templar Knights in setting up the system of trusts. It's actually a very interesting story. So at a domestic level, there's tax laws, company laws, trust laws, banking laws that basically prop up a system of low taxation or reasonable taxation, secrecy or transparency, right? So they can then either facilitate illicit financial flows or they can contain it, okay? That's at a domestic level. Remember on Monday, for those of you who were here, I said to you, South Africa is in danger of being grey-listed by the Financial Action Task Force. And they've already taken steps from Monday until today. They've already taken steps to introduce changes to all these different laws. In South Africa, I was quite interested to see that they also included the non-profit sector, because people also use NPOs, the non-profit organization, to conceal their wealth and evade and avoid taxes. So at a domestic level, there's all these systems in place. At a regional level, you have free trade agreements, and we have a range of systems that can be used to facilitate or that can be used to contain. Our human rights system, we already have the right to development in our African Charter. We already have this state obligations to each other. We already have that in our African Charter. We already have the duty to pay tax. We have duties, a whole list of duties. Among them is this duty to pay tax. Do we enforce them? Not in this context, not in the context of illicit financial flows at all, not yet. We've been talking about it, but we haven't set up proper normative principles that actually guide states and non-state actors in terms of exactly what these provisions mean for their conduct. So at a regional level, we have that human rights framework. We also have regional economic communities that have, for example, provisions in the SADC protocol, in terms of which all member states of the SADC, the Southern African Development Community, undertake to avoid and stop harmful tax practices, harmful tax competition, engaging in practices that amount to harmful tax competition. Again, in Southern Africa, we have Mauritius, which is a known tax haven. We have Seychelles, which is a known tax haven. We have South Africa, which is not a known tax haven, but has a level of secrecy that is actually beyond Mauritius on the financial secrecy index. So at a domestic level, we have, I told you, all those domestic laws. At a regional level, we have these tools. At an international level, what do we have? At an international level, we have a human rights system that's not geared, not fit for purpose on this. I think we've heard so much from you, Prof, about the inadequacies of the global, and I would want to qualify the global human rights system, because at an African system, all the problems that you highlighted, we don't actually have in our instruments, right? But we have the WTO, and actually what I'm looking at in talking about the WTO is not necessarily all the problems associated with the WTO. I would like for us to also think about what opportunities exist within these kinds of trade regimes and international law regimes to address problems like illicit financial flows, to address harmful tax competition, for example. So in the global north, there have been cases taken between the EU and the US, in terms of which the EU claimed that the US's tolerance of their companies using tax havens amounted to illegal subsidies, right? They won these cases. Why I'm saying cases is because it went to many different levels, and it was several cases that were involved there. They won all these cases. The question is, all of us, all the countries around this table are also members of the WTO. Why don't we do the same? Why don't we invoke those provisions to protect our commercial and trade interests as countries? Why? It does come down to that power issue, right? But we're there defending ourselves at those WTO tribunals. We're defending ourselves. Why can't we use those weapons, those shields, or those weapons to actually attack, and not just as a tool of defense? Okay. Let me just, I realize that I'm talking again for too long. I want to make one or two more points, just linking it to the right to development, before I kind of close, and then we can really have a discussion. I'm just sort of throwing a couple of ideas out, right? Around the P's, the power, participation, policy space, and who develops the laws, and who actually reviews existing laws. So I'm now coming again to domestic, regional, and international. at a domestic level, in South Africa, we have a South African Law Commission. The South African Law Commission has been in existence for a very long time. And when there are certain areas of transformation that are required in the Criminal Procedure Act, in the around domestic violence, around a range of different subjects, that Law Commission basically assembles a group of experts in that field to review the existing legal landscape and then make proposals for change. My suggestion, a thought that crossed my mind in preparation for today, was that's the kind of institution, and I don't know who I asked, but I asked someone from another country at lunch or at tea or something, do you have that system, this kind of law commission in your country as well? And I understand that it might actually exist in many other countries. So can that system be actually invoked or encouraged, or can we advocate that they actually undertake such a study around illicit financial flows? The duty to cooperate is the last thing that I'm just going to say. The duty to cooperate between states in Africa. So we might not have, it's not at that level at the international, it's not at the level that it needs to be at the international forums. But within Africa, the duty to cooperate is there. It's not only there in terms of Article 22, the right to development, it's also there in relationship to what I think is one of the most important, and Article 21.5 around natural resources. Article 21.5 of the African Charter states that member states, so it's all member states, undertake to work together in solidarity to combat foreign economic domination. As clearly as that. As clearly as that. So is it not our responsibility to clarify what the normative content of these obligations are on states, particularly when it comes to then addressing illicit financial flows? This is the weapon, the strongest weapon that our founding fathers, they were fathers at the time, so no mothers involved. This is the weapon that they gave us. They were in the 80s when they were developing the charter. They were already experiencing this. And so they created a charter that was designed to help those of that time and all of us who came afterwards. They designed a system that was going to actually help us all, but we're not using it adequately. The guardians that were actually established appointed to ensure that that system evolves and becomes even stronger have not sharpened this instrument over the years to make it what it could be for us to address illicit financial flows. So I hope I've given you some ideas to domestic, regional, and national, some ideas to the gaps, and some idea as to the potential. I can't comprehensively deal with it even if I was supposed to spend 10 minutes, even in 15 or 20 minutes that I did actually spend, so.
Can I just go ahead?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Firstly, thank you so much, Asha. I think I've really enjoyed listening to you speak, not only this morning, but I think even on Monday. Your passion for this area of work is really, really contagious, I think. And I think speaks to the importance, I think, of the topic that we touch on when it comes to illicit financial flows. So by way of very quick introduction, my name is Chennai. And I work for an NGO called Tax Justice Network Africa. And I think particularly pertaining to this conversation, when we're trying to think through financing for the right to development, we've heard Nona, I think, and as well as Jason, sort of spoke to, although debt potentially is an avenue for financing for development, it's really not, one of the ways we should be looking at. ODA as well. And so as an institution, our primary focus is on looking at tax as an avenue for financing for development. And tax has been shown to be the most sustainable way for countries to finance their development. But then because of various issues, including illicit financial flows, African countries aren't able to leverage that. And so just to put a few numbers out there, African countries have an average tax to GDP ratio of about 16.6%. When you juxtapose this to other regions, in Latin America, there's an average tax to GDP ratio of about 22.9%. Vis-a-vis the OECD, where they have an average tax to GDP ratio of 33.8%. And so African countries really haven't been able to leverage the opportunity to use tax as a sustainable source for development. And as I mentioned earlier, part of the contributors to this are illicit financial flows. Within the sort of the topic I was given to talk to, you will note that the first component of that is tax justice, right? And so what is tax justice? Tax justice is a set of ideas, policies, sort of advocacy notions that seek to achieve equality and social justice through fair taxes on both wealthy members of society as well as multinational corporations. And so one way of achieving that is by addressing this notion of illicit financial flows. Now, to put a few numbers to that, in 2015, there was a report that was released by UNECA,
the
yes,
UN Economic Commission.
Yes, by the African Union and UNECA. It was a panel that was chaired by His Excellency Thabo Mbeki. And together, after having done some research, their estimate for how much money the continent was losing in illicit financial flows was 50 billion. What was particularly striking about that is that when they broke it down into the different types of illicit financial flows, as Asha mentioned, a significant amount of that was attributed to multinational corporations, and specifically 65% of that amount of money is attributed to multinational corporations that are taking advantage of loopholes, so to speak, in order to funnel these resources out of the continent. One of the things that that report also did was highlight that of the amount of illicit financial flows that we're losing, only 5% of it is really due to corruption. And so when we're trying to look at where we should be placing most focus on in order to address the scourge of illicit financial flows, it's not so much corruption, it's not so much sort of our political leaders who do contribute, we can't deny that, but more so multinational corporations. A much more recent report now that's come out and was released by UNCTAD has now put that figure at closer to 90 billion. So we're losing 88.6 billion in terms of estimates on an annual basis. To put that into context vis-a-vis SDGs, 88.6 billion is about half of the amount that we need to address the SDG financing gap. So that's just to kind of put a few numbers to what illicit financial flows means for African countries to address issues that they need to achieve their own rights to development. Somebody mentioned earlier as well, I think in fact it was Asha who mentioned that when you're juxtaposing the amount of money we're losing vis-a-vis how much is coming in, I mentioned earlier that we're losing $88.6 billion. That UNCTAD report indicated that in terms of financial development assistance, we only receive on an annual basis $48 billion. So almost half are we losing in illicit financial flow vis-a-vis how much comes in with FDI. And we've had the conversation about some of the conditionalities, right, that come with some of this financing. In terms of ODA on an annual basis, that number sits at $54 billion. Again, if we were able to address this issue of illicit financial flows, it would help us begin to, in a sense, regain our autonomy, right, in terms of addressing the right to development issues. So now I think to kind of speak to the framework that Asha had mentioned around sort of national, regional, and global interventions that need to happen. I mean, it can't be denied that there are a number of factors that are happening at national level that need to be addressed in order to look at illicit financial flows. And so this includes, addressing our regulatory systems. It includes some of the tax incentives that our governments are giving in order to attract financial development assistance. It includes, taking a look at some of these double taxation agreements that our governments are signing with, for example, countries like Mauritius and other sort of financial secrecy jurisdictions. And so, there's a world in which all of these issues need to be addressed at national level. And absolutely, that's something we should do. But the conversation is a lot more than what needs to happen at national level. One of the things that the HLP report that I mentioned earlier was it highlighted the fact that when you're looking at illicit financial flows, it needs to be taken from a global perspective. The reason being the resources that are leaving these countries have a destination outside of the continent, right? And unfortunately, depending on how you frame it, most of these resources end up going to these wealthier countries, right? That have low tax jurisdictions, that are low tax jurisdictions or sort of high secrecy jurisdictions as well. And reports have shown that a lot of these resources are actually going to the UK and its current dependencies, as well as the United States, right? And so there's a world in which there is a need for global cooperation to address this issue of illicit financial flows. What's also, though, particularly ironic is that at present, not even at present, but it's become more pronounced now, there has been a conversation over the past couple of years that we need to reform the international tax system, right? Because of these issues I mentioned earlier around how much is leaving, but also when this architecture was established, it was and has been mentioned earlier, only put together by rich developed countries, right? African countries weren't at the table. And so as a result, you tend to find that although, as Asha mentioned, the numbers that can be attributed to illicit financial flows tend to be more from bigger countries. In terms of the direct impacts on lower income countries, it's significantly more negative. And so as a result, we need to see more African countries involved in these conversations. So I mentioned earlier, there's discussions now about reforming the global tax system. However, the institution that currently is overseeing or spearheading these conversations is the OECD. Due to backlash, this was eventually expanded to become the OECD inclusive framework so that African countries could, in a sense, start to contribute to these conversations. But even within the inclusive framework that's been put together, African countries do not have equal say. Also, the OECD, by virtue of being the OECD, the interests, of that particular platform are clear. And so it's been interesting because there's these conversations being had about needing to reform the tax system, but because of the structure, you tend to find that what's being put out as proposals to address these inefficiencies within the tax system are not proposals that would be meaningful for African countries. So for example, at present, the OECD has put forward what they call a two-pillar proposal to address the concerns of the international tax system. Under pillar 2, for example, what they've said is, in order to address this issue of illicit financial flows and multinational corporations shifting profit, let's put in place a global minimum tax, right? Because if we have a global minimum tax, you're disincentivizing corporations from, moving their taxes from one area to the other. What has been proposed by the OECD is a global minimum tax rate of 15%. As a figure, one would think, that's okay. But when you put that into context, African countries have an average corporate income tax rate of between 25 and 30%. And so when you think about the multinational corporations that are working within African countries, the incentive to shift profits from where they are operating in African countries to lower tax jurisdictions has not been done away with. And so this is something that institutions such as the African Tax Administration Forum and even the African Union has come forward and said, yes, in principle, we need to have this, but what's coming out of these conversations is not beneficial for African countries. And so just by way of, so what are some of the ways that institutions such as ourselves and, sort of various academics, et cetera, have been proposing we address issues like this? A couple of months ago, it was at a UNECA, African Ministers of Finance meeting. What they proposed, and again, this is something that's been proposed for a couple of years now, is that conversations about reforming the global tax system need to be shifted from the OECD to the UN. The UN, I don't need to explain to anybody here, has its own deficiency, but at the very least that the UN First of all, you have most African countries as members vis-a-vis the OECD inclusive framework. And you're able to see a lot more African countries collaborating and contributing meaningfully to these conversations. And so as an institution, for example, we've got a campaign, we were trying to really push for, that kind of shift in terms of decision-making. Similarly, for example, we were at the high-level panel forum that happened a couple months ago, really trying to push for this shift in spaces where these conversations are had so that African countries are able to participate and meaningfully contribute to these discussions. I'm going to wrap up by saying, in terms of linking this to human rights, a couple of months ago, a group of UN independent experts and special reporters, including Atia Waris, that you may actually know of, wrote a number of letters. It was to the OECD, it was to the IMF, it was a couple of institutions, about this reform of the global tax system and the way in which it was happening. And in that letter, in the same letter that she sent to these institutions, one of the things she said is that the way in which these conversations are happening, firstly in terms of the composition, the outcome of these conversations, for example, I mentioned to you earlier about the global minimum tax rate, is a very clear violation of African countries' ability to realize their human rights. Because essentially, to the extent that you are not creating an environment where African countries can raise domestic resources meaningfully, you are limiting their capacity to then invest into their own countries, into key sectors such as education, health, social protection, etc. So I'm going to end there, but I hope that was helpful at least to give a little bit of context around IFFs and human rights. Thanks. I think, yeah.
Over to you, Dr. Maria.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Maria. I'm very happy to be here. I've learned so much, from the panelists and discussions that have gone before. And I also want to say thank you to Mr. Kweshiga and the Center for Business and Human Rights for this opportunity. So I am currently work as a legal analyst at Herbert Smith Freehills, a Farmers Global law firm. So here today, I'm going to be talking about the recovery and response measures that the African Development Bank, also known as the AFDB, implemented in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic. So basically, I'll be summarizing a study that I undertook on the topic. If you have any questions, feel free to interrupt and ask. And so before I start, I'm going to share my slides. Please let me know if you can see it. Can you see the slides?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So, okay, let me just move. All right, the main purpose of the study was to review the activities of the AFDB from February 2020 till September 2021 in responding to the pandemic. So I did start the study in September 2021. And this included assessing the loans that the bank extended to African countries and the private sector during the pandemic, what they were spent on, and transparency and accountability mechanisms that were established for the recovery period. The study also analyzed the measures that recipient countries put in place to address the socio-economic impacts of the pandemic. What I found was that the main platform through which the AFDB responded to the pandemic was the COVID-19 Response Facility, also known as CRF, to which $10 billion was endowed. In addition, the CRF was the platform for the bank to support countries in improving COVID-19 testing. The framework was developed in April 2020 to help member nations and private sector entities curtail the pandemic and manage the effects. It was one of the many other steps taken by the bank to manage the pandemic. The CRF provided $5.5 billion for government operations in member nations, $3.1 billion for regional and sovereign operations under the umbrella of the African Development Fund, and $1.35 billion was set apart for private sector entities. Prior to this, the bank had developed a groundbreaking $3 billion Fight COVID-19 social bond and placed it on the market. At the time, this was the world's biggest social bond, denominated in US dollars. The international market. Oh, I'm sorry, what? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I think this is the next slide. Thank you very much. Yeah, so like I like tried not to over populate the slides. So there are things I'll be saying that are not on the slides. Yeah, but thank you. Yeah, so give me a quick moment. Yeah. So the AFDB also implemented many of its programs via some of its arms. This includes the African Development Fund, the Transition Support Facility, and the African Development Institute. So most of the grants and concessional loans dispensed by the bank were earmarked for specific purposes in conjunction with national governments. So such purposes included: one, enhancing the healthcare sectors of African countries by upgrading and constructing intensive care units, training healthcare workers, providing medical equipment, among other measures. Two, this included increasing COVID-19 testing and surveillance. So the bank helped with providing facilities and equipment for more testing, training healthcare staff to perform testing, providing resources for epidemiological surveillance and rapid response. And three, one of the was to foster community engagement and risk communication. So this entailed sensitization on wearing of masks and hygienic practices such as frequent hand washing and using hand sanitizers and implementing anti-stigma measures. And one of the other purposes of these grants was to expand social welfare. So many countries were able to make cash grants to vulnerable members of the community, provide food stamps and packages, cover electricity and water bill for the poorest citizens, among other measures. And finally, one of the purposes of the aid grant was to support the private sector by providing tax relief, assisting small business owners financially, providing incentives to foster the local production of COVID-19 necessities such as masks, sanitizers, and so on. And from what I saw, it seemed that it was up to the governments to utilize the funds here for these purposes wisely. So I am hearing some voices. Does someone wants to like raise a question or? Okay. So the bank also had specific programs that it had designed, which were, multi-country in nature. So, and they were earmarked for various geographical regions on the continents. So certain countries, usually part of the same bloc, had, similar dire socio-economic situations, such as deficient healthcare sectors, heavy reliance on commodities and natural resources. And the consequences of the pandemic were therefore similar across these nations. And the bank therefore found it prudent to design their response as a multi-country one in each of these regions. An example is the $4 million grant that was made out to support the businesses of young entrepreneurs in the G5 Sahel countries, including Burkina Faso, Chad, Mali, Mauritania, and Niger. Other bank interventions in this region were multi-country in nature. In addition, there were a handful of projects that the AFDB took on to bolster private sector resilience during the pandemic. It's granted a $100 million loan to Equity Group Holdings, a bank headquartered in Kenya, to facilitate its expansion across Central and Eastern Africa. And the purpose was to enable it to serve small businesses even better. So the bank already served customers in Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, South Sudan, and the DRC. The loan was a tier 2 loan and has a maturity of 7 years. And the loan was to enhance the bank's ability to fortify its balance sheets and enhances capital structure across the continent while focusing on women and on women entrepreneurs and young entrepreneurs. EGH, thanks to the loan, was projected to support micro, small, and medium enterprises during the pandemic. And as you might know, like many small businesses suffered during the pandemic, and and the idea of this loan was to enable the bank help small businesses in the countries where it operates. Other ways in which the bank supported the private sector was indirectly through country aid grants. So as part of many country aid packages, the grants or loans were earmarked to support, the banks or loans were earmarked to support the private sector by providing tax relief, assisting small businesses, especially female and young entrepreneurs, awarding grants to cover basic costs of running businesses, providing incentives to foster the local production of COVID-19 necessities, such as masks, sanitizers, and so on. So at the time the report was compiled, there was not much evidence that the bank had made sufficient efforts to engage civil society in organizing its aid responses in the different countries and regions, and that is pretty unfortunate. According to Mrs. Zineb Tuchel, the manager of the Civil Society Engagement Division of the bank, I'm quoting her here. She said that the bank did not in any tangible way support any civil society organization, project, or framework towards addressing the pandemic. Not one CSO can testify that they achieved this or attained that with the help of the bank. Ture therefore argued that the bank should have focused more on implementing all its plans and frameworks in relation to civil society engagement, and this could have been done through fortifying civil society's institutional capacity, and this would have be done by working with civil society on the ground, to ensure that the response projects that they implemented complied with environmental, anti-corruption, and social safeguards. And at the time the report was compiled, there was little reliable information as well regarding implementation and accountability relating to the AFDB aid packages that were dispensed to African countries. And what it seemed to me was that on paper, like when they would like release press releases about, you know, some project that was going on in a country, they would say they had put in place, you know, accountability and, you know, and like transparency mechanisms. But like when you're when I was like looking at it like 1.5 years in, I didn't see any sort of like reports or like proof that the bank was actually, you know, tracking how the aid programs were implemented. And this is clearly a problem, just because it is very crucial that implementation of aid programs be tracked, just so that this will make sure that, you know, aid money is not just dispensed while the objectives are not being achieved. And finally, I would say that it is imperative that CSOs step up to the plate to track implementation of like aid programs in their jurisdictions, and to hold governments accountable. So like some of us might know, there were like sort of news reports that many African governments sort of like misused funds that had been given out to help, you know, their citizens sort of like weather the pandemic. So it's been very helpful if like CSOs can help to hold governments accountable. And like it would also really help if they can be empowered as well and supported to implement transparency mechanisms in their jurisdictions. Yeah, so like finally, this has just been like a very sort of like high level summary of like what the bank did to respond to the pandemic. And thank you for your attention. Please let me know if you have any questions. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Yes, we can. Just to link that presentation with what we were talking about, it might seem like there's absolutely no linkage between illicit financial flows, tax justice, and the African Development Bank's COVID aid package, right? But to link it, Dr. Maria, right? One of the, I think I'm going to make a comment and a question and pose a question to you. One of the things that happened around COVID across the globe are these aid packages, right? Bailout packages. Some countries like Poland, Denmark, introduced conditionality that these packages, these benefits would not be granted to any company that had subsidiaries or presence in a tax haven, in a secrecy jurisdiction. So if you had a subsidiary in one of these countries, you would not be entitled to receive these this bailout, right? So my question, so that's the comment. The question is, would the African Development Bank, particularly the flag that went up in my mind is when they granted $100 million loan to the equity holding company in Kenya, which is Nairobi, which is a international financial center. Did the African Development Bank have such conditionality at all, or basically that aid could end up in a company and they could be, you know, in a company that's already involved in tax avoidance practices?
Thank you for your comments and question. So at the time that I was doing the study, I didn't see any proof that the bank had like these conditionalities. I think it would have been like really good if they had it, but like I don't think they had these functionalities. So like the money that was dispensed to that bank, you know, could very well have like gone to an institution that, you know, doesn't comply with like the ethical tax practices. Yeah.
Okay, so we open to you and then you.
Yes.
Am I doing this or you guys will do it? Okay, go ahead.
Yes. My question is actually a reflection on Asha's question about how whether support in any way had a very high effect. And what we saw in Uganda's context from other African countries is sometimes the combination around strengthening beneficial ownership. So for example, in Uganda's IMF, World Bank, and HCD agreed one of the conditions that we really choose for is beneficial ownership. And the result is being the company act will be legislative amendment. The company became a huge part of the collection to make sure that so it was a positive development.
Exactly.
On the other hand, I think again, it's put a problem because of what you're saying about the countries, the Western countries. Signaling it, and then the institutions trying.
The one thing to watch out with beneficial ownership in Uganda is they've started to adjust the company law, which is true, right? But they need to look at other legal entities as well, like trusts. So they need to ensure that those the beneficial ownership rules, because you're actually introducing a beneficial ownership act. So you're not adjusting, from what I understand in Uganda, you're not adjusting all the current legislation. You've developed a new beneficial ownership law, but that law focuses on companies as a legal entity. It doesn't extend to other kinds of business entities like trusts. So it needs to be, you just need to kind of flag that in Uganda. Yeah.
You can sit, yes. Just join us.
Thank you. I have one question for Dr. Maria and then a comment, an experience rather. To Dr. Maria, I was wondering if in your study you managed to figure out how much percentage of the assistance given by the bank was was grant, and how much was concessional loan. Yeah, that's my first question. How much was grant and how much was concessional loan? What percentage? And second, did you explore the conditionalities that the bank imposed or required the recipient countries to abide by, the conditionalities on those concessional loans or those grants? So I'd be very interested in having your your observations on that. On the other experience, it's a rather bizarre experience I had. I haven't come across any other such example, but the WTO's the GATT agreement and the GATTs also have the national treatment principle, which require the countries to grant no less favorable treatment to the other state as you give to your domestic producers. Same is the case with investment treaties, that what is required is no less favorable treatment. So theoretically, you can give a better treatment to the foreign investor than what you give to your domestic industry. Now, this is a bizarre case of Panama. And I link this to the issues of tax avoidance and tax manipulations that you talked about. But this is a bizarre case of a state giving 20 years tax break to any foreign investor in Panama, whereas the domestic producer is charged taxes.
Yeah, exactly. It's not unique, but please go
And
ahead.
so this is, this was in 2015 when I went on a study trip, had meetings
Yeah.
with, and the justification given was investment promotion,
Yeah.
right?
Mm.
Investment promotion regimes. And so I use this example to also connect the possible tension between
Yeah.
countries wanting to create duty-free zones
Yeah, exactly.
for foreign investors
Yeah.
on the ground of investment promotion,
Yeah.
and what consequences that has on taxation.
Yeah, absolutely. And domestic resource mobilization, generally speaking, not only taxation. Yeah. Don't leave. We've got before we respond, does anyone else have a question or comment that they'd like to make? So I was waiting for that. What I would like you to do is to bring your chair and come and sit here.
Very small.
No, it doesn't matter. What we were going to do was basically get a little fireside, a little round table here. So please come. The mic is here.
You have to.
And once you come here, you're not allowed to leave.
I had a similar question and I was connecting it to the ease of doing business in X, which
Exactly.
does not exist anymore, but I was connecting it to the ease of doing business. So that's all.
No, stay. Stay. So there's ease of doing business. Stay, please stay. Please stay. Anybody else? Nobody wants to ask a question now because you're going to get kidnapped. Jason, you know what? I think you should actually respond to one of these questions. Come.
What she means is come to the front.
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Maria. Sorry, we're having a little bit of fun here. Maybe you can answer while we're expanding this round table. I think okay, good.
Right. Thank you, Prof, for your questions. So with regards to the first question, it seems to me that it was roughly 50%, like 50% in terms of grants and 50% in terms of concessional loans. And what I saw was that the poorest countries all got concessional loans. And then with regards to some of the conditionality the bank imposed on recipients countries. So one of them was that they had to agree that disbursements will be in line with the agreed purposes of the loan. And these agreements had anti-corruption clauses, which the country representative would have signed. And three, they had to sort of implement transparency and accountability mechanisms in accordance with the standards that the bank had set out. So so these are some of the conditionalities that were in the agreements.
Can I just?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks. That's very, very, very interesting. And I have an observation or comment about all of that, but another small question to you. I saw in your presentation, for instance, on the slide on private sector, there was $100 million loan given to an equity bank. So obviously the recipient bank has to repay back the loan with the interest, right? Back to the African Development Bank. It's not a grant. I'm really curious because this happens in other instances with the IMF and the regional development banks. Did you happen to notice if the African Development Bank required or put in already an interest rate that the equity bank would impose on its on the people that borrow from that equity bank? Because this generally happens. The IMF says this is the percent you must charge your borrowers.
Thank you, sir, for your question. So I am not aware of such a clause in their agreement. So I did not find that the bank imposed that specific conditionality on the loan. Yeah, but the Equity Bank had to sort of contract to ensure that their loan would help women entrepreneurs and young entrepreneurs in the countries that they serve.
Yeah. Okay, thanks a lot for that. And obviously it's generally a positive evaluation of the World Bank, of the African Development Bank's COVID support. I have a couple of observations just on that, just to bring in probably a more I wouldn't say critiquing, but at least some sort of a cautionary perspective on entirely being very positive, which is this: that if 50% of the support given is in concessional loans, that is not debt relieving, right? It's by definition debt augmenting. It's a loan. You have to repay the money with interest. But it's understandable because it's a bank, right? So it's not in the business of development aid. So it will give loans that will be debt enhancing. But what's interesting is that this was another set of loans that made already heavily indebted countries further indebted. And there was no parallel debt relief, so to speak, granted by the African Development Bank or the World Bank or the IMF to the countries when they need it. So at a time when they had to, for instance, spend a lot more on public health expenditure, a lot of these countries ended up paying much more amounts of money to the banks in repayment of debts, right? So the annual public health spending was much less than the annual repayment amounts. And the reason I say this is because, this is what the right to development perspective brings in to analysis. Otherwise, we don't look at these things, right? Otherwise, we don't look at these things when we are doing a standard human rights based approach. We tend to look at what are the conditionalities imposed by, or by the banks on the recipients in terms of corruption, transparency, human rights, but we don't tend to look at whether the bank itself conducted an impact assessment before it gave the loans. What are the other kinds of implications? So that's my only comment.
No, you don't have to leave. So special economic zones, national treatment, and ease of doing business. Do you want to take any? Should I take them?
Yeah, I mean, I can take the question you posed. So I think to Asha, your point, the Panama situation is not unique at all. I think you find that there are a number of states that tend to give preferential treatment to foreign investors. In fact, as an institution, we've recently taken the Rwandese government to court because they have already now established the Kigali International Financial Center. And what they've done there is, within what they're offering is offered tax rates as low as 0% at times for foreign countries coming in. And the reason we've taken them to court is because what it does is it abrogates something that's within the treaty, the EAC treaty, that says you can't implement, sort of tax incentives that potentially harm everybody else around you within that region, right? And so essentially that's what Kigali has done, that's what Rwanda has done. But to your point, it is something that quite a few countries are doing. Nairobi now recently, Victoria Falls as well, from what I'm hearing, as well as becoming an IFC. And so this is a trend on the continent, and like you were saying, has negative implications on potential DRM, domestic resource mobilization by countries.
Just a quick question, just to clarify. So is this across, is it blanket or is it in specific zones?
Zones.
It's zones, right? So that's the case with Panama, it's blanket. It's across the country, applies to any foreign investor.
So that's Mauritius. That's Mauritius. Mauritius's rules are like that. There's some countries. So this is like the definition of tax havens and secrecy jurisdictions, right? The entire country is a secrecy jurisdiction in some instances, like Panama, like Mauritius. But in some countries, it's just a jurisdiction within a country. So like the state of New York, the state of Delaware, the Nairobi, Kigali. So you have certain kind of pockets within a larger country that operates as an international financial center or a secrecy jurisdiction or a tax haven. They're slightly different concepts, Yeah, there's slightly different nuances, but in this instance, it's what you are talking about is specific jurisdictions within a country. And what you are talking about is where it's a whole country. And that is the case with, for example, Mauritius. Mauritius functions like that, like Panama. The difference between Mauritius and Kenya is that Mauritius is part of SADC, but not part of EAC, of course, right? And our SADC tribunal is defunct. Our tribunal doesn't quite exist, so we can't actually use the same type of mechanism as they have to enforce the finance and investment protocol of SADC, which has a similar provision around harmful tax competition. But you can't really invoke it because there's no judicial body to receive that complaint. You want to come in as well, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's linked to the comments you made on the use of doing business report and the comments that was made before the coffee break around the race to the bottom.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
And this is the whole idea of the paradigm that Dr. Solomon spoke about before he left. I mean, all the best intentions in what we're talking about in terms of human rights based approaches, the right to development, can they actually work or be attained in whole form in a paradigm that is defined by profit maximizing? Can they be obtained in a paradigm or in a model or architecture where poor countries, the advice for developing countries get is, on the one hand, lower your taxes to attract foreign direct investment, defund public services because your public sector wage bill is too high and you're not generating the requisite revenue to fund those positions. And then when you look at it as a whole, even the conditionalities that, Professor, you're referring to, many of them are related to public sector wage bill cuts. We're going through that phase. Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ghana, Malawi, Zambia, are beginning to go through that process. And if you don't go into the minutiae of the detail of what a public sector wage bill cut looks like, you miss out the entire impact of that condition on the principles of right to development, because the first or the main sectors that are targeted in that are health, education, water, and these are teachers, nurses, doctors. And so even the conditionality that Dr. Maria would have mentioned in her presentation that the ADB might have imposed when you're providing the COVID support, you'd realize that perhaps there are those connected, those dots begin to connect. So I think it's very important for us to unpack the paradigm that we're in, and whether these aspirations in the approach to the right to development can actually be achieved in this model. The final point was just on special economic zones and distinguishing them between an IFC, International Financial Center, and a sort of trade-related or trade-inducing government policy. I think the challenge you have with special economic zones or export processing zones is that they are designed to crowd out domestic production. And again, the way they're designed is that it's to sort of induce foreign direct investment, provide all these raft of tax incentives, tax rates, and so on. But then crowd out the ability of domestic industrialization and domestic industries from actually being developed. And again, you then find yourself in this vicious cycle where the stuff is being exported, the revenues being generated from those exports are not being reinvested back in the economy, that actually being shifted outside. So not only are the multinational companies benefiting from a raft of both regulatory and tax exemptions and waivers, but then they also restructure themselves in very complex models, as Ash was describing, in terms of to allow even further minimizing of cost through aggressive transfer pricing, through intra-company trading in different jurisdictions and so on. So I think it's very important for us to keep that in mind. This political paradigm that we're in and the aspirations that are in the right to development convention, whether the two can actually sit on top of each other. And I think, you know, by and large, they seem to be, in my opinion, at least some sort of divergence at the moment.
Yeah.
At least from what I've
I also,
may add just a small point.
absolutely.
To support that, in fact, to say that the right to development actually has the potential of being abused here because foreign investment and the ability of a state to attract more and more foreign investment is directly connected by the state to development.
Yeah.
And that it will actually enable right to development, bring in more jobs. And this is a very strong rationale that's also given for strengthening of intellectual property rights in all states. And that's why I'm making that link with
So with ease. Okay, so with this time I'm going to just take because I wanted to just bring out the you know, when you talk about ease of doing business, what are the elements involved there, right? It's about being able to incorporate a business entity quickly. Right? It's about being able to open a bank account for that business entity quickly, right? It's about that business entity engaging in transactions. So transferring money within the country quickly. It's also about that business entity sending money out and receiving money, you know, foreign transactions quickly. Notice the common word is quickly, right? Now, what happens to due diligence? What happens to know your client requirements? What happens to, particularly those two, due diligence and know your client? What happens to all of that? So in the process of ease of doing business, what we then compromise are all these other things. And so there needs to be a balance between that ease of doing business and enforcement of the know your client and due diligence. And strategically, maybe this is like a form, strategically, this kind of moves into the other conversation that, you know, and hopefully we can just go symbiotically into the next thing around the strategic discussion about what it is that we actually do going forward, right? Strategically, one of the things to emphasize is the money laundering dimension, because everyone in the whole world is really focused on the problem of money laundering and the problem of financing of terrorism, right? That ease of doing business, that whole mechanism can be used for those purposes. So based on that kind of money laundering argument, right? South Africa, for example, who has been on this ease of doing business highway, has had to change lanes now because of money laundering and FATF. It has had to change lanes and move from the fast lane to the middle lane, and now is going down the slow lane because it has to slow down. Otherwise, you then become a hub for money laundering activities, right? So I'm just saying strategically, where do you actually find an entry point? And this is one of the entry points, strategic entry points to address the vulnerability that ease of doing business and special economic zones present. There's someone's hand up, but can we get Prof? Two more? Okay, sure.
So
Sure, you, yeah. And then you, right?
Maybe Razaya, your comments, and Maria is going to comment. Razaya.
Okay, thank you very much. It's the roundtable has really been interesting and thought-provoking. So my question is, listening to just you've painted a very gross picture in terms of financial flows, the continent, good picture of.
Razaya, unfortunately,
Yes.
we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Okay, better
Can you
now.
hear me?
Now better.
Oh, sorry, apologies. Oh, Thank you, Dorcas. Okay, my concern is I'm just a bit concerned here because when you talk about right to development, all the efforts that we are doing, try and right the historical injustices, and we've been talking about climate change and how much we are affected. And now we've talked about debt and how much we are being affected. So my question is, when right now you're talking about these tax havens, and we even have people like Rwanda who are trying to find a way to get out of the equation and create better lives for their people. So what can we do? Because if we are, in terms of right to development, we are all putting our efforts together to fight as a continent to create a better situation where, in terms of collective responsibility and our duty bearers versus the people who are benefiting. So in cases like this, if we are divided as a continent, how successful are we going to reach this goal, and what can we do to be on the same page? Consider in the spirit of human rights to development, where we go as collective rights versus individual rights.
Thank you, Razaya. Maybe we will turn to you, Dr. Maria.
Thank you. So my question is for Ms. Chenna and Ms. Asha. I really enjoyed hearing you speak and the conversations. So over the years, or like maybe the last 2 decades, many commentators and Western institutions have spoken about the importance of African nations having a friendly investment environment. And this has included lower taxes and other form of tax relief. Some IMF programs have actually imposed this requirement on countries as one of the conditionalities. Thus, how would you respond to someone saying increasing taxes or enforcing ethical tax rules would discourage multinational corporations from doing business in Africa? How would you balance these interests? Thank you.
Okay. I can take some, but I can take both. You want to say? Chennai?
It's your panel.
Yeah. No, he had his hand up earlier.
No, that was in response to a question.
Okay, okay. Chennai, you want to go first or should I?
Yeah, no, go for it.
You want me to go
Yeah.
first? Okay. So the first question about African countries coming together, I don't know if you were part of the discussion, Razia, on Monday, but one of the things that I emphasize and have been emphasizing is the importance of solidarity in Africa. The sad part is that, the one really strong example of solidarity in Africa, a success case, is when Africans, in terms of African people, the ordinary people of Africa, African governments, African civil society organizations came together and successfully overthrew apartheid, right? That was the one and only, I think, example of a collaborative attempt where you even saw governments, African governments, taking South Africa and Namibia to international tribunals around the right to self-determination and things like that. You saw tangible manifestation of solidarity, one voice, one goal, clear, moving towards it, right? That was then. South Africa now, after being a beneficiary of all of that, is refusing Arnold a work permit, is refusing Zimbabweans work permits and visas, is refusing to let NGOs and civil society organizations employ foreigners, saying that these jobs are better for South Africa. There are South Africans who can do this job. Okay. So my thing is this: when are we going to actually again rise up together? What is it going to take for us to rise up together again? You know, this has got to be something that we actually rise up together against again, you know, because otherwise we really won't succeed. We absolutely won't succeed. It's just going to be us jumping up and down on the same spot, or the worst part, which is what I think we're actually doing. If we're jumping up on the same spot, at least we just, you know, eventually that spot will sink, right? But what's actually happening is we take 2 steps back and 1 step forward. So we give some kind of impression of progress, but actually we're not progressing at all. And we celebrate things that I don't think we should be celebrating at all as a continent. You know, celebrate certain reports and certain you know, studies that are released and everything, and we make huge fanfare out of them, but we actually not taking the agenda any forward in a tangible way, right? This thing about IMF conditionality around ease of doing business and tax rates and everything. If you study the tax rates in different parts of Africa, different countries in Africa, you will see that there has been a steady reduction. You know, some of the countries are sitting at 20% and everything for corporate income tax. But actually, if you look at Zambia, if you look at DRC, if you look at South Africa, there has been a steady reduction of corporate income tax. So it's not as though we are following our master's tune. We are dancing to their tune in some respect, right? But we're going to have to, you know, I talk in language that sounds, you know, just like something that we could be saying at a dinner table. We have to develop a backbone as a continent, you know, a spine, and determine what it is that we actually need. You know, the right to development discourse. Earlier on, you were asked a question about what should Africa do and everything, and you said it's not up to you to decide. Africa has to decide for themselves, for ourselves, right? We have to actually, that in the right to development discourse, the essence of it is that is self-determination. We have to decide what we need. We have to actually do this. And once we decide what works for us, we have to actually work towards that in an alliance together. And sure, there will always be, and they have historically always been, from the days of slavery until now, there have been collaborators, you know, local collaborators with foreign slave traders. It's always been there, and it will always be there. But there has been a larger, stronger, critical mass and voice of people who are moving in the other direction against slavery, against piracy and all of that, but let's just look at slavery, against slavery, despite the fact that it was such a commercially viable, you know, slavery was a form of trade, right?
Yes.
And that was what the global economy was turning on at that time. But over a period of time, it didn't happen overnight. Okay, it didn't happen overnight. Over a period of time, it was eventually slavery and slave trade. Both of them were crimes against humanity. They basically use cogence norms of international law. It's not allowed. It is not allowed. If it actually happens, and if a government actually is collaborating with a company that's engaged in any slave trade or slave-related activities, they can be taken to task in the international legal system. It's clear, it's unequivocal, it's clear now, right? And my argument is that if we actually adopt a clear stance on this, call it what it is, see it for what it is, understand that those who are collaborating with the system are actually collaborating in the same way as those who collaborated with slave traders did. If we understand that clearly and then develop a clear plan for ourselves, that clear plan entails what? It entails us having our corporate minimum tax rate, right? It entails us saying that as Africa, if you want to trade with Africa, this is the corporate minimum tax rate, the minimum corporate tax rate that you will have regardless of where you plan on trading, right? And there will be no exceptions for the mining industry. The OECD corporate minimum tax rate, it's 15%, already less than South Africa's minimum tax rate. But on top of that, it includes important sectors, the banking and the mining sector. How does that help Africa? How does that help? It definitely helps the countries of the North, because their target were the Apples and the Apples and the Amazons of the world. That was their target in addressing this issue, right? So what I'm saying is, yes, we are singing to our master's tune. The IMF have these conditionalities, and we are singing to our master's tune. The question for me that I pose to everyone, all of you, is when are we going to stop dancing to this tune? Really, when are we going to stop? That's Chana, sorry.
Yeah, no, I think I completely agree with you, Asha. Maybe just to add, I think in order to effectively address, the scourge, there absolutely needs to be collective response by African countries. It's something that we're not seeing at present, right now. So even, for example, I was mentioning this current OECD discussion, only 2 countries, Kenya and Nigeria, for example, stood up and said, we're not endorsing this. It's not in our best interest. All other countries were happy to go ahead, right? And so there's no ways we can tackle it unless it's collective. Having said that, and I know we disagree a little bit, there are some steps that potentially look like we're headed in the direction, still far from where we should be. So I think I mentioned to you earlier that, the African Union a few months ago recently adopted a tax strategy. In terms of what's in there, I think, neither here nor there, but I'm just happy they're talking about it, at least for now. Do you know what I mean? But you are right that at present there is no solidarity, and we cannot effectively address this unless we have that in place. So just wanted to.
Just, one point, Dr. Maria, big point of the case that high taxes discourage multinationals or foreign direct investment. I think it's been proved, given the IMF itself has done studies to indicate that that's not true anymore, and it doesn't actually hold. The irony actually is that multinational companies and corporations care less for tax than they do for political stability and being able to, run their businesses. And if you look at where many of them invest, some of them have, the risk factors. Tax is actually much lower down. There's issues of security, conflict, but they still go there. So I personally think, aligning myself with what Asha and Chennai have said around impose the tax as high as it will be, they will come. We have the resources. They need the resources. They will come.
Where are they going to get coltan? Where are they going to get coltan from? It's only in the DRC. Where are they going to get? Sorry. I just literally have 2 sentences, right? 2 sentences.
I really want to thank you, because we're also being warned that the food is going to be clear. But
you're going into lunch.
Thanks a lot for this session, and I know there are a number of things.
Thank you so much.
I want you very much to Maria and the online platform for the, for the engagement. We have had a lot of meet, but also this was the final session for the also the course at the roundtable. And we appreciate everybody that has stayed with us. At this point, we are going to close this entire is for our, online participants, and then the team here will go for lunch. But we'll not be resuming again with the online after lunch. So thank you. And at this point, I will write. I want, before we close the online participant, I want to.
Thank you all.
To invite Professor Franz to come and close this in 2 minutes so that we can close our official.
So I think that it's a very appropriate moment for us then to move into very practical, few concise measures that we could take all together. Yes, yeah, we stop this session and then we're going to go into this. But to thank everyone online, essentially that we are saying goodbye to at this point for your participation through many of you throughout the week. And also today on a Saturday, we really appreciate it very much. Thank you, Dr. Maria, for also joining us online. And I trust that everyone had a very productive engagement with the topic. From my own limited participation, I certainly thought it was very enriching, very insightful. So thank you very, very much to everyone who made it possible. And we will not do anything in secret. We will certainly collaborate with all of you, but it's just, I think, much more convenient for us in a small group to come to a discussion. And we realize that for you online, that you also in different time zones. So we will let you go, as it were, and wish you all the best for the rest of the day. And for those of us who are here, we'll continue briefly towards these concise action plan before we take our break for lunch. Thank you very much also, Dorcas, Arnold, Dennis, and everyone in the team who made this possible.
Thank you all.